Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to welcome you to the Eco-City 2021 conference, Green Recovery. My name is Maria Andrzejewska, and I'm a General Director of the GRID Center Warsaw. The present conference is a culmination of the 8th Eco-City project edition organized by the French Embassy in Warsaw for the past 8 years by the French Embassy and the GRID Center in Warsaw. Let me welcome the Ambassador of France in Poland, Frédéric Billet, as well as Justyna Glusman, Director Coordinator representing the Municipality of Warsaw, and Minister of Climate and Environment, Mr. Michał Kurtyka, who will be connecting with us online today. This year's edition is under the honorary patronage of the Ministry for Climate and Environment, Ministry for European Funds and Regional Policy, and the Ministry of Infrastructure, as well as the National Fund for the Environment and Water Management. Eco-City is organized with participation of our strategic partners, including BNP Paribas Bank Poland, Citrus Nut Poland, Veolia Poland Foundation, as well as Veolia Energia Polska and the Renault Group. This year's conference is co-organized by the City of Warsaw, and our media partners are Teraz Środowisko, Biznes i Ekologia, and Rzeczpospolita. Let me express my thanks to all the patrons and partners for their support to this essential topic, namely sustainable municipal development. Welcome our participants and partners, as well as representatives of local authorities, meeting today at Centrum Nauki Kopernik. This is again a hybrid conference today. It is available to everyone interested via our YouTube profile. Hence, let me also welcome everybody connecting online. Ladies and gentlemen, Eco-Miasto is a platform for cooperation and a forum for exchange of experiences between Polish and French cities, representatives of the academia and business, and participation of local communities. It's also a competition we invited all local authorities to participate in. Why did we take green recovery as our main theme this year? Because we believe it's high time for deep change. Yesterday, a communique by the climate crisis team affiliated with the Polish Academy of the Sciences on cities facing climate change risks was published, indicating both hazards and mitigation and repair action. Misdesigned cities contribute to climate change, while they themselves are sensitive to climate change consequences. We are not ready for these consequences, even though the climate crisis is not the one and only we are facing these days. We have lessening biodiversity, water management crisis, demographic crisis, as well as counter narratives to scientific knowledge. Another future will only be possible if we listen into the voices of the think tanks, the UN, the researchers, the academia, and we focus on green recovery. Over the past months, we saw how the humanity is ready for unprecedented mobilization faced with a common challenge. We saw how essential it is to be and stay healthy, and how health ties into the environmental issues. We saw how invaluable it is to work to the benefit of our cities day in, day out. We saw we can act and work differently. If green recovery is to be green and just indeed, we must take up new paths, new development paths responding to the new problems, being open to new ideas and ways of operation. Apart from good financing, we need consciousness on the part of the societies and their leaders, and good cooperation between the stakeholders. Now let me invite Justyna Glusman, representing the City of Warsaw, a co-organizer of our today's conference, to offer an opening speech. She's a director, coordinator for sustainable development and plans at the Warsaw Municipal Office. She shapes the development of environmental, climate and air policies within the municipality. My congratulations for your recent diploma obtained from London's School of Economics and Environmental Science. My congratulations, and feel free to take the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for this invitation and introduction I received. Let me take my face mask off for a moment. Welcome on behalf of the Mayor Rafał Trzaskowski, and on my own behalf, welcome all the organizers, partners and participants to the conference, as well as everyone else watching us online. As today's conference is related to green recovery after the pandemic, and its objective is to learn a variety of perspectives of urban development after the pandemic, let me start by a very brief summary of the moment we're in right now. The COVID-19 pandemic has been and continues to be, as we must bear in mind, it's not over yet, a very difficult experience for the humankind, for regular people, for the governments, for institutions, for employers, but also for local authorities. These were faced with a burden of dealing with its consequences, fighting the pandemic, and all the efforts put in to meet the basic needs of the inhabitants during repeated lockdowns was an immense effort in terms of organization as well as financing. And the financial burden was even higher given that the local authorities lost a lot of their revenue in terms of public transportation ticket sales, taxation, as well as the previous reforms that resulted to disadvantages, changes to the municipal budget. This all means that the climate crisis we're facing now, this immense global challenge, is even more difficult, while at the same time we're facing the need to carry out a systemic transformation to slow down the climate change and adapt to the consequences of these changes that are already irreversible. The pandemic showed how brittle our system based on mainly on economic efficiency is. It revealed how at times of global crisis supply chains deteriorate, industries fall down, and institutions turn out inefficient. But at the same time, the pandemic revealed how essential the basic issues are: locality, neighborhood, public space, public services such as healthcare, but also education or access to green areas as close to home as possible. Research has shown how essential it is to have clean air with higher pollution levels, resulting in more COVID-stricken population. That's why the challenge of slowing down the climate change is inextricably linked to changes on the local level. Luckily, there is a positive correlation between what needs to be done locally, namely replacing old burner stoves, planting trees and making sure the green infrastructure is there, and reducing the climate change. The pandemic has also untapped huge reservoirs of creativity and energy. It showed us we can do things differently. It showed us we can do things together. And I'm convinced that we will be able to use that potential to tackle this largest crisis of the modern world, namely the climate crisis. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Director, for your opening speech. It was essential. Actually, I think I'm the first time in a conference where I'm not hearing any applause, so let's have this virtual round of applause for the director, and let's hope Minister Kurtyka is with us already. He is our kind spirit that has also always supported our events and enabled us to cooperate with the city with climate ministerial program. Minister, the floor is yours.
Szanowna Pani Dyrektor, Szanowny Panie Ambasadorze, Szanowna Pani Dyrektor, dziękuję bardzo i to jest rzeczywiście kolejna z moich okazji, kiedy mamy możliwość wspólnie inaugurować tą konferencję. Jeszcze raz serdeczne podziękowania dla Pani Dyrektor Marii za to, że gospodaruje tym kapitałem współpracy pomiędzy miastami, pomiędzy administracją rządową i administracją samorządową bardzo mądrze rok po roku. Serdeczne podziękowania dla Pana Ambasadora za to, że ta inicjatywa jest również wyrazem wsparcia i wyrazem współpracy pomiędzy Polską i Francją. Cieszę się bardzo, że hasłem obecnej, tegorocznej edycji konferencji jest Zielona odbudowa. I tak jak mówiła Pani Dyrektor, to hasło Zielona odbudowa jest dla nas szczególnie ważne, szczególnie aktualne w kontekście wychodzenia z COVID-u i w kontekście takiego przemyślenia naszego miejsca w świecie, które nieuchronnie wiąże się z tak egzystencjonalnymi wyzwaniami, jakimi jest globalna pandemia. I chcielibyśmy niewątpliwie, żeby nasze miasta wyglądały inaczej. Chcielibyśmy, żeby były w szczególności bardziej zielone. I stąd inicjatywa Miasto z klimatem, w której sercu kładziemy takie koncepty jak 3, 30, 300, czyli żeby z każdego okna, jak tylko się wychylimy, mogliśmy zobaczyć 3 drzewa, żeby przynajmniej 30% naszych miast było pokryte terenami zielonymi, żeby w perspektywie w odległości 300 metrów od naszego miejsca zamieszkania gdzieś znajdował się jakiś teren zielony, jakiś mały, większy park, bo to jest element naszego zdrowia, naszej jakości życia, ale też coraz bardziej, i o tym była mowa, element dostosowywania się naszej cywilizacji do zmieniających się oczekiwań i
In that very context, the Ministry of Climate is a host of the City with Climate program. When I launched it back in March last year, I wanted it to be a standalone initiative to offer awards to the cities that have the best practices in that regard and to showcase them to other local authorities. But since then, a lot has happened. In particular, the energy levels of the local authority representatives meant we ran dozens of online workshops throughout the pandemic that resulted in a comprehensive package on our part, a package comprising legal and financial programmatic solutions supporting the city with the climate idea. We also submitted a draft act for the City with Climate program that sums up the key results of our discussions with local authorities, wishing to invite cities of above 20,000 inhabitants to develop their own adaptation plans. 44 have already emerged in Poland for cities above 100,000 citizens. But we'd love for the practice to become much more widespread and for us to be able to target cities above 20,000 inhabitants too. We'd also love for the citizens' budgets to become greener, with at least 30% of outlays earmarked towards environmental and climate-related issues. This also meets the expectations of our citizens very strongly. When I'm monitoring these citizens' budgets, they include a lot of green initiatives that we'd like to have more systematic, so that 30% of these outlays would be earmarked towards environmental and climate issues. Finally, we'd love to have broader cooperation between regional and municipal authorities in terms of developing these adaptation plans, as river planning and management, green areas, or breathing corridors often go beyond a single municipality. They require cooperation with regional authorities. Hence, we'd like to include this obligation in this legislation. And finally, we'd like cities of above 20,000 inhabitants to include climate aspects in their spatial planning endeavors, as we are aware that spatial planning that faces strong urbanization with new residential areas, new apartments being built, we'd like all these efforts to fall in line with long-term thinking that would ensure that these new apartments are not flooded, that they are not overheated, that they are not disturbed due to sewage issues, as we start to function in a world where these heat zones start to be a bane of July and August days and nights, while flash flooding often exceeds the capacities of state-of-the-art sewage networks, meaning we have to get back to the solution nature suggests to us. Parks and green areas that dissipate these issues in a natural way while enhancing water retention levels, as unfortunately out of all EU member states we are close to the worst in terms of retention capacities. Hence we need to put all hands on board to retain as much water as possible in a natural manner that would enhance our capacity to respond to climate issues rather than serve as another concrete structure. I'm very happy with how the City with Climate program develops. We received almost 100 comprehensive analyses related to environmental and climate parameters and transformation towards renewables, air quality, zero and low emission transports, waste management. These are comprehensive analysis indeed that we received as the Ministry of Climate and Environment. Next week in the Poleco conference we'll be announcing 5 winners of the program, as well as multiple locations, cities and towns that will receive dedicated support towards developing these climate transformation maps. We want pioneers to emerge so that they set out new paths and so that they are supported by their citizens and so that they inspire others in terms of publicizing best practices, in terms of pioneering these new, more efficient solutions in a smart manner. And finally, we intend to continue the City with the Climate program. In terms of its educational component, we want to encourage administration, local authority employees to get on board. This is it from me. By way of introduction, I am happy being able to participate in the launch of this conference yet again. Let me once again thank Director Maria Andrzejewska for her steadfastness and 30 years of working for UNEP GRID. I'm more than happy that we are able to open this conference together.
Thank you so much, Minister, for your kind words. I feel pleased personally, and we all appreciate what you've just said. All of us who put in endeavors in bringing this project to life. I'm very happy that you mentioned nature, because recreating green infrastructure, recreating natural habitats which were part of cities in the history and do serve our adaptation is also a theme and topic which is important for eco-cities, Eco-Miasto, but it's also a point of interest or activities of UN, of Ecosystem Recovery Program. So this is also a part of our regeneration program, and we will bring it to life with other cities. I thank you so much for your speech. And now I would like to invite Mr. Ambassador Frederick Bille, who has been a part of our program for many years now. As I mentioned initially, the Eco-Miasto project was started as an initiative of the French Embassy in Poland. The floor is yours. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Minister, Madam Director, Mr. and Mrs. Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to be here with you today to open the conference Eco-Miasto and together celebrate the 8th edition of the contest. Mr. Minister, thank you so much for your ongoing support for this initiative that has been conducted by the French Embassy for 8 years now, and that has won a lot of interest in Poland. I also would like to thank Polish cities that are very active in this project and are strongly involved in protecting our planet. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank French companies, our great partners of Eco-Miasto, Renault, Cetus, Veolia, and BNP Paribas Bank. They are very important in this transformation. This year, our topic is the green recovery. This conference has taken place in a very good times because this topic is very important before the 26th COP. This should be a challenge for us and a driver for innovation that carry a great load of hope with them. We should see it as an opportunity, as new possibilities for companies and for people. It turns out that energy transformation in Europe requires money from all the sources and all the areas of the energy. We have contact with the greatest companies in Europe. We have strong history of that. So we should build our sovereignty in energy and prepare the 55 package proposed by the European Commission should be supported by the ambition. And it actually reflects our political will and our ambition towards zero emission. Eco-Miasto can be successful only thanks to companies, local authorities, and it proves that this awareness and consciousness grows in Poland fastly. Polish local governments are very energetic and very active. That's why we received 85 applications for the contest and 6 workshops that were organized last year. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the city of Warsaw for organizing the first workshops this year. Those workshops were devoted to energetic efficiency of buildings. Those workshops improved cooperation between Warsaw, Paris, and the Climate Agency of Paris. Mr. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, France is and has always been your partner. Together, we can realize the Europe of tomorrow, and those are not empty words. If we take into consideration this perspective, we have to stay patient and resistant to bring to life the task that we have ahead, because this is a great opportunity for future generations. Currently, we have all the tools to go further and to move on, to leave the planet people-friendly for new generations. Our will is the factor. This is a factor because together we are stronger. Protecting our planet refers to all of us, and nobody cannot stay behind. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, for your beautiful words of opening. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we can consider the Eco-Miasto Conference 2021 Green Recovery as opened. Thank you so much again, all of you who took part in this part. Ahead of us, we have a lot of fascinating presentations, discussions, panel discussions. We have 2 days of conference prepared for you. We encourage you to follow our relations on YouTube channel of the UNEP Grip Center Warsaw. At 1:35, we will start the award part. We will hand out the prize, also including the prize from a special prize from the minister and our strategic partner awards. I would like to invite all of you to connect with us and to keep your fingers crossed for the cities that took part in the contest. And now I would like to invite you to listen to the first power speech of today. Polish cities can do more for the climate. And this presentation will be held by Madam Director Justyna Glusman from the City Council of Warsaw. The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, lately we hear more and more about climate changes being unstoppable, that we have gone too far, and the only purposeful activities are the ones that would adapt Polish cities to the changes that are happening. The 6th IPCC report shows clearly that this is the last call to start activities if you want to avoid catastrophe associated with global warming, and that the consequences are inevitable. But the report has not mentioned that we lost the battle. It just says that we will get there if we do not introduce any radical changes in the coming 10 years. The transformation that means reduction of greenhouse gases. We should stop planning, we should start acting. For dozens of years, people have worked for what we have right now. We are emitting lots of greenhouse gases, we are degrading natural habitats, and we are ignoring the scientists. We have very little time to stop that trend. That's why, in order to fully accept the need to invest in adaptation, we strongly believe that climate change can be slowed down. They can get milder, and if we are determined enough to stop their progress. In the transformation that we begin, cities play a great part. The climate transformation cannot happen without the cities. It is the cities where we produce 80% of carbon dioxide. It's strongly associated with great agglomerations, with growing populations. The cities feel the climate change most. Those are the people who suffer from floodings, which are especially intense in the dense residential areas, same for heating. If we do nothing, we can face problems with basics like water supplies, electricity, or food supplies. Cities are therefore responsible for the changes that are to come. That's why the city of Warsaw has declared several years ago that we want to reduce greenhouse emission by 40% until 2030, and we want to become climate neutral as soon as 2050. Whether we want it or not, we have no other option. It seems maybe that this is not a very ambitious plan, but this is a very comprehensive task, very challenging, especially in our reality where our local authorities lost part of their incomes due to political changes and the pandemics. This transformation is a very comprehensive and multi-layered task. Nobody in the world is experienced enough to show the way. What we are doing right now is a great experiment which makes us draw conclusions fast and correct our doings fast. Over 80% of city emissions are produced by electric power plants that are subsidized by the government. If we do not drop coal as the biggest part of our energy mix in Poland, even if the cities do their best, we will not do enough. The best example is public transport. We invest in metro, in trams, in electric buses. People who laugh at us say that instead of using oil, we use coal to run our transport. The other thing is making people involved in the transformation by encouraging them to change their life, also to decrease consumption, waste less food. We need to find proper incentives in order to make people eager to change their sources of heating to more ecological, to use renewable energy, to use little retention installations in their gardens. Encouraging people also requires financial support, and we know that no energetic transformation is possible if it's not just, and if we don't take care of the ones who struggle most through such changes. Regardless of challenges and problems, us, the local authorities, we cannot wait. We have to look for solutions, put pressure on central authorities in order to convince them that making brave decisions is a good solution. How does the city of Warsaw deal with those declarations? First of all, we plant a lot of green areas. We create new parks. We increase city forests. In the years 2019-2021, the area of city forests will increase by 100 hectares. The green office of Warsaw, other than opening green spaces and planting many trees along Warsaw Street, we also have systemic activities that makes this greenery that we already have in town better taken care of and provides for their longevity, because we need to protect all the trees, including the big and old ones. What we do is we take care about the green areas. We start city meadows, and what we do is also set an examples for residential areas and communities on how to take care of environment, how to retain water, how to take care of the green area in order to contribute to biodiversity of the city. We have the Crown of Trees map results that help us to support the green areas where it's missed most. We support low-emission transport. We are building metro. We have new electro buses, over 162 ones. We increase bike paths. We build new bike paths, and we really encourage our citizens to use the eco-transport. The sustainable development of Warsaw's policy is based on 3 pillars: air, water, and green areas. They are connected, and thanks to coordination of tasks that are provided by the offices that I am happy to manage and supervise, the Office of Climate Change and Air that take care of clean air, and that design changes in the city that are to have our city better adapted to climate change and have lower emission. The Environment Protection Office that maintains the eco approach of our city, and the Green Management Office that I've already mentioned. Thanks to that, we have synergy in our city. We also involve our citizens in our activities. In 2020, we did the first citizen climate panel, 70 inhabitants of Warsaw that were drawn by a support of experts within the panel, produced 49 recommendations that Mr. Mayor Trzaskowski promised to adapt. Now we are trying to implement that. We are creating the green building standard. We are creating the energy support office. We finance the new renewable energy initiatives in the buildings. It was the first event of such sort in Poland. But in order to succeed, they need to be methodic. They need to have a clear goal ahead. They need to be based on facts and figures. And such a project that brings all the projects together is the Green Vision of Warsaw. This is the project that we are running together with international organizations, European Bank of Recovery and NC40 program. Schedule of adapting our city to the goals that I've already mentioned. So neutral emission. As such. And this project shows which investments have to be brought into life by the city in order to reach our goals and purposes, shows how much we need to pay and where we can get the financing. And currently, we have over 140 factors in different areas of city's activities that will help us to show our progress. So this project will bring revolution in some areas and will change the face of Warsaw. To conclude my presentation, I would like to come back to what I said during the opening of the conference. So I wanted to say that without cooperation, sharing experience, exchanging knowledge and ideas, and this is what we were taught by the difficult times of the pandemic, it will be difficult to us, Polish cities, Polish towns, local authorities, to tackle the challenge of transformation. At our disposal, we have limited resources, so we need to use them wisely. And climate change do not know administrative limits, and the results touch everybody, not only the ones that do not question that. We are not islands. So on behalf of the city of Warsaw, I would like to declare that we want to cooperate with other local authorities in finding solutions to protect the climate, on joint initiatives, but also on putting pressure on central authorities in order to make them support us in our activities and to make brave decisions. Thank you so much for your attention.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning, my name is Marta Wierzbałkowska-Hujda and I am an editor-in-chief of the Teraz Środowisko website. I'm going to accompany you in this Eco-City 2021 conference under the headline of Green Recovery today. And that has been said, and why this headline has been selected for this year. When choosing the headline, we were indeed focusing on the post-pandemic recovery, not just to focus on the economy, but also constitute a shift towards green technologies and social consciousness. The combination of the environmental and the social is the very topic of the next speech to be delivered by Professor Rafał Matyja from the Krakow Economic University, a writer, a historian, and author of several books, including the Miejski Grunt, the most recent title. Professor, the floor is yours. Welcome to the conference, where a voice from a historian or a political scientist seems a little bit out of place. Let me justify my presence here, however, by providing a message of hope that may be treated as a debate with the previous presentation, a debate asking if what should be done in the cities to respond to the climate crisis challenge is already underway, or is it something we need to start? To my mind, the whole modern history of cities and Europe has been an attempt to build a harmonious relationship between the so-called technological development and health. Let me start with a very interesting hypothesis by Richard Sennett, an American researcher, who discusses this need to apply the healthy circulation and respiration in practice. Not only improved the health status of the citizens, city inhabitants, but also improve the cities themselves. His whole book discusses this relationship between the flesh and the stone, the human and the made within the city. Sennett claims that the factor for change has often been some health-based or hygienic idea that emerged throughout various eras when the Enlightenment brought in several hygienic ideals that inspired the cities to have the pavements washed, first in Paris and London, then in other cities, that inspired the construction of the first sewage systems, underground sewage systems, with the sewage transported outside of the city centers, with the graveyards placed on the outskirts. I see that as an attempt to build a healthy component within urban spaces. If today we were to refer to the social moods, the health is just as strong, if not stronger, than the ones saying we need to rescue the earth, we need to deal with the climate crisis, because this health notion is more deeply ingrained in this egocentric emotions of the contemporary society that puts a lot of attention to the issues of health, well-being, extending life. If we are to look at the history of Europe, not as measured by the Great Wars, the Napoleon, the First World War, but rather issues such as washing pavements, then installing sewage systems and municipal water, then housing ideals, building apartments for everyone, building well-aired apartments, well-lighted ones, dry ones, more healthy ones. If we are to consider that the second half of the 20th century, it's also the idea of stopping the industry or preventing it from polluting the air and the water. It seems that this health ideal in the history of Europe, in the history of European cities, has been very strong indeed. Let's add a second notion on top of that, that may be even more necessary today. It's this rationality in the administrative proceedings. So often we do not appreciate enough how frequently people functioning within institutional structures want to abide by a certain sense determined by public beliefs. I can remember back in the 1990s when the local authorities started thinking in market terms. Everybody used to believe that if we take on this market orientation, this market management of municipal companies, they will operate at a higher level with the same people, with the same tasks, with the same structures. But if there's this market orientation, then it's better. And that was a very strong notion. The local authorities followed this market economy spirit for quite long. Then there was this new public management ideal that was to somehow transfer this management paradigm to the local authorities. But there is actually nothing against. Well, these days we are talking about eco-cities, green cities, these healthy cities, I would add on top of that, with authorities acting to provide health to the inhabitants. And these promises need to somehow be linked with individual plans. It seems to me that it's a fad. And we need those fads because institutions are somehow open to these notions. They are very sensitive to what the leaders are saying, and it's often possible if it does not collide with the well-established routines. The next thing I wanted to mention in the context of long-term history, that 250 years that I wrote a book about, but that also acts as a framework of the European modernity. So we must remember ideals are very important. The healthy city ideal is very important, and it's not new to European history. What is important, though, is to identify the actors. Who is able to put these ideals into life? Very rarely, these ideals are only implemented by the states, even if they are. Usually, their actual implementation requires very strong cooperation on the level of the cities. These can be local cities or towns. These can be huge cities like Warsaw, but we can have large cities, something in between. It's a conviction that requires very strong cooperation. And in cities, it often, even back in the communist times, it was a coalition with people stemming from a variety of institutions working together and reaching objectives together. In many cities, if the mayor was not convinced or was not wealthy enough to fund a sewage system, local entrepreneurs would contribute. These days, it's unusual for a certain piece of public infrastructure to be established, financed by people who have funds and do something for the common good. And then the coalitions between the public authorities who did not have adequate funding but had power and some formal capacities and the entrepreneurs, these days we would call that public-private partnership, but back then they still dealt with it without this idea. Very often it was also self-organization, bottom-up organization in forms of cooperatives or some movements then legalized by local authorities. It means that the agency, the sheer nature of agency means not waiting until some sort of authority does something, but rather it means looking for partners From a perspective of a conference like this, a very important aspect, let me switch to political sciences now, is what political scientists often referred to as advocacy coalitions. It's a phenomenon we are participating in this very room. It's a cooperation between people of various backgrounds, various interests or passions in implementing a quite specific, albeit broad, objective. If we were to come up with this coalition from environmentalists, urban movements, activists, but also representatives of local authorities saying we need green, healthy cities, it's the #1 challenge, then that advocacy coalition is very effective in modern states, as most political scientists like Sabatier would probably agree that a democratic state has very large components outside of democracy still, established by researchers, by governmental officials, outside of the broad public debate. It does not mean it's not a subject to that debate, though. It's debated in narrower circles. What is essential, and it's underway in Poland already, I believe, is that below the level of this huge political partisan debate, we may have advocacy coalitions that have agency, not only by writing letters to the Prime Minister, who would then graciously listen in, but because a lot of detailed decisions depend on deputy ministers, department directors, deputy majors, that convincing these very people, talking to them and building coalitions with them, makes a lot of sense. And here I wanted to get back to the Polish People's Republic times. My observation is in contrast to the gloom and doom vision of that era, because very often good projects came about because somebody talked to a director within a local authority. Then they approached a local secretary of the party and they agreed on this relatively low level, not on the centralized level, because even within a system that did not allow for that officially, multiple advocacy coalitions did emerge. Not because the system builders expected that, but because in forums such as the city committee of the party or other forums, people pushed through with projects essential for their local communities. Very often these were issues that were in at those times. For instance, the fact that we have these culture and leisure parks in many Polish cities, that's what emerged during the Poland People's Republic. The same is true for regional hospitals. So these coalitions could have been imagined even back then. These coalitions also cut through the operating times of local authorities. Let me refer back to an example from the academia, as that's where I've seen these attitudes. A regulation is implemented. For instance, a credit-based system is implemented at the universities. Then all those managers are asking, are we forced to implement it already? Very few would ask, are we able to implement that already? It's mostly, now it's the final deadline and we have to. And this is a very important space, in particular in the spaces where this is essential. In climate issues, speed is essential, looking for as many as possible and not looking back to people who are asking if they really, really have to do that right now. And the title of the book that was referred to at the very start on the occasion of presenting of what I'm going to discuss with you today, it's this game with the modernity. Again, working towards green cities, environmentally friendly cities, healthy cities as coalitions. That's another inspiration, because one of the most important challenges is looking to issues that are essential and not taking unintentional consequences into consideration. These consequences often generate more serious issues than the ones that we'd have expected, meaning the coalition-based character means that even if you have a very good solution in place, you need to be faced with the consequences by your coalition members, or at least you need to be made aware of the game you're playing with the modernity, on one hand being very on in the change, but on the other one, facing the fact that some positive change may have another aspect. We were very happy when the social media emerged on the horizon, but there is this other aspect out there. We were very happy when, or our predecessors, when the industry grew and when these huge residential areas grew, but there was another aspect. All this scary progress, as it's introduced, will have unintended consequences in place, and the modernity has taken long enough already for us to be aware of that. And now the last issue I wanted to discuss in this introduction to the discussion or the conference is the matter of our understanding of a city. The notion of a city, and never thinking about a single city in and of itself when we resolve systemic issues such as the environmental or climate issues. Modern people often live across more than one city. Perhaps in Warsaw you might focus on this one and only, but quite often people living in smaller cities have one city they go to the theater in, another where they access healthcare in, yet another where their child studies in. Very often we live in a network of cities, and that network is the context I wanted to discuss in my conclusion. When we read through reports on the cities in the era of the climate crisis, we very often discuss two hazards. More and more people living in the largest cities, and, contrastingly, people settling in the suburbs, in the formerly rural areas. Both these phenomena are very hazardous because this is a sprawl that gets out to the borders of these huge cities. That is why a situation wherein 80% of the Polish people would live in the largest cities refers to a polycentric structure. In some countries, it's very difficult to adopt this paradigm in other countries. For instance, in Hungary, with a capital city that has 20-25% of the total national population. But Poland does not have that heavy of a center. Warsaw, even with its suburbs, is not even close to 10%. And we can still continue thinking about Poland as of a polycentric world, or a settlement structure that will retain or even grow this polycentricity. This means that good jobs, interesting cultural phenomena, high-quality universities or secondary schools will be available outside of this largest city, and many people will find reasons to live elsewhere. 20 years ago, I decided, even though I was born in Warsaw, next to the central railway station, I decided to move to Nowy Sącz, then to Bielsko-Biała, and I can assure you that it's a very good career plan, not for everyone, because some people would dream of living in Warsaw at the very least, if not in a global metropole. And they should be allowed to, but the state should structure its policy, and it's not just environmental policy or any other narrow policy, to retain the polycentric settlement structure, as well as high-quality public transportation that would enable people to live in these urban networks, rather than reducing somebody to living in Nowy Targ only, Nowy Sącz only, with no access to facilities that are only permanently available in metropolitan centers. This requires adequate labor market policies, transportation policies, etc. But if the climate crisis forces us to do something, it's considering public policies in a cross-sectional manner rather than container-based paradigm. How do we assure this polycentricity? Well, on one hand, Lech Wałęsa used to refer to that as the main plan. It's not what's on the desk, it's what's at the back of the head of anyone in power when they're taking significant decisions. That's when they should consider polycentricity. The next thing is building strong coalitions towards polycentricity and convincing local authorities that polycentricity is also an opportunity for their power not to become illusory because the taxpayers would leave for metropolis, or because certain social structures, for instance, an adequate number of people that know how to manage cities, that know what challenges the cities are facing, so that they could support these local authorities, and so that they won't have to go to Warsaw, Krakow, or Wrocław, or several of the major cities with each and every issue. And now the last thing I wanted to refer to, it's one that even if we came up with it in a very different way, it mirrors the idea of what it means that Poland is polycentric also mentally. It's the Institute of the National Future, if I may refer to like this. If we spend as much on studying the future as we do on studying the past, to read and analyze various signals from within and from abroad, we could do an amazing thing, this imaginative exercise. If we agreed that you must not have these study centers in the regional capitals, let's only have them in smaller centers such as Częstochowa or Radom. Then the centers focusing on various challenges for the future, then those teams of 10 specialists in Zielona Góra, Karlisz or Płock will have a large bearing on the paradigm adopted by the city itself. What do the elites know? What do the local media know? Then it would mean that it's not all the wisdom is in Warsaw or in just one part of that city. That would be really important. What's at stake is not just a single green city or a few green metropolitan centers with a buy-in and with implementation of huge lists of procedures. What's at stake is that it could happen, and it could be the dominating paradigm in multiple smaller locations, that this will be the obvious way of being for local authorities, administration, experts, NGOs, that this will be the natural pattern that is not politicized in partisan terms, but rather that it's what a healthy city is understood as, even more so as we've known about these ideals for ages now. Thank you for your attention.
Dzień dobry.
Hello, welcome again in the Eco-Miasto studio at the Eco-Miasto Conference 2021 Green Recovery. We are after the official opening, after two speeches, after two keynotes. I feel that we have the spirit of Christiana Fliege in the air, who co-created the Parisian Understanding, and thanks to her endeavors, this was rectified by a lot of countries that decided to support the climate change. So I feel the connections with France, and I hope that you feel the French spirit too. Why am I talking about Christiane Figueres? Because that lady did not stop in Paris. She is now running the Global Outreach and Optimism movement, which means about it's a community of rebels that do not agree for what we have right now, but they remain optimistic. They focus on activity. And we heard that in the speech of Madame Glusman and Professor Mateja. I do think that it is important to remember what activity means. The nature is combined so as to look behind. Those are the words from the speech of Mr. Mateja and also from the Paris conference. And this is the direction that we want to maintain. And we will take a closer look on how to do that in the cities, because in the second half of our conference, we have two interesting debates, discussion panels. First, we'll focus on the green recovery, the main topic of our conference, and we'll refer to European Green Deal. Just to present you some context so that you would know where we all are, I will talk about the main thesis of the Green Deal. It's industrial policy that is based on a closed-circuit economy, sustainable transport. We will talk about it as well in the next panel. Reducing pollution, protecting climate, efficient construction sector, energy-efficient construction sector, cheap, clean, and safe energy. And two more points, sustainable farming and food chain and biodiversity. All those themes have been present during our opening presentations, and now we will discuss on how we can finance the activities that contribute to those great goals and reforms. All the 8 areas has an impact on cities and city politics. And we will have Barbara Rogala from 300 Economy, 300 Gospodarka, a journalist that deals with climate, and she will head the panel discussion for us and discuss those points in details.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Barbara Rogala, and I am a journalist from the 300 Gospodarka portal. We will talk about green recovery during Eco-Miasto conference with Wiktoria Saganowska, Deputy Director in the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy, Madam Ada Walentek, the General Director of NUT Poland, the construction company, a developer that revitalize and create public spaces. Mr. Jarosław Rod, Sustainable Development Director in BNP Paribas Bank, and Mrs. Zofia Wetmańska from Visa Europea, an independent think tank that deals with European policy and economy, and analytic. Hello. And virtually, we will talk with Mr. Aldo Varga-Stetmajer, who represents the Polish City and Towns Coalitions and coordinator of Urba Act. That we will talk about it later. Hello. Hello. Today, we will talk about the green recovery. This is a slogan that we could have heard in public debates since the beginning of pandemics. Initially, in the community of people who tackle climate change, the Paris Agreement architects, social activists, warned us that with slowing down the economy, the emission of greenhouses slows down as well, but we will have it rebounded, and we will soon have to tackle the climate crisis. As a response, the European Union has prepared several tools and legislation to prepare financial support that would help the economy tackle the pandemic, but also to tackle the challenges of the climate crisis that is around the corner. So we have to adapt to the climate change that is coming. So what are those tools? What are the instruments that we can get, and how they should be spent? We will talk about it today, and specifically how cities can do that most efficiently. As a warm-up, I would like to start from a humane perspective, because I come from the world of human sciences. We often talk about climate change in terms of climate crisis, that this is a crisis of our imagination. I would like to break that through and to ask you, how do you understand the green recovery? And what would be your dream world after the green recovery proving successful? Yes, thank you. Well, most of all, we should start to answer this question, thinking that the European Green Deal is the only deal for Europe. It's the only deal for European growth. So climate policy is not separate from other economy areas. It's strongly integrated with all areas and entire growth in the economy sector. So that's how we should think about the green recovery. It's a recovery after a crisis that not only allows us to leave the economical crisis behind, but makes us more resilient. European Union talks about recovery and strengthening resilience. So all investment that would be prepared within the next decade should contribute to making our economy more resilient to future system shock, i.e. climate change crisis, among others. Poland tends to drag behind, and we are planning those crisis activities for future terms, which may backfire at us because we'll have less and less time. We are using strategic plans that are historic, and we know that they don't match the future challenges. So 50-50 pact for European Union, which have more ambitious goals than we had before. We know that this package will not be ambitious enough. We know that it will not make us resilient. So I think the green recovery should mostly focus on the fact that the decisions that we make today, the investment that we make today, will build our economy not for the coming days, but for coming decades. And I think that those packages should be looked like that. Okay, so the recovered world is the world that is ready for the challenges of the 21st century, where we don't have to think whether economical crisis that will come because they are inevitable, or climate crisis, or any sort of crisis that we have heard in the first part of the day would be an economic challenge as we have now in the times of pandemic. So the future world is the world that takes into consideration all those challenges because they are foreseeable. It's whether or not we take it as a part of our planning. Jarosław, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting and having me here. Most of the things have been said by Zofia. What I wanted to add, when we talk about green recovery, we should remember that this is a part, an element of a green or maybe a sustainable growth and development. So anytime we talk about it, it's worth emphasizing that past historic models of growth thought that our resources are unlimited. So the growth that has been experienced so far was based on using the resources and over abusing the planet. So now we have to shift. I think this is the great challenge of our civilization, and we cannot avoid big words here. But this is a challenge that we all need to tackle, and we need to find a way to provide well-being to our society without the burden for our planet. So this is how we understand sustainable development and the green recovery. So the response to the pandemic is a part of it. So that's an important aspect. And maybe one more thing. Today we are talking about cities and towns. And cities and towns play a key role when it comes to sustainable development. The statistics that we see are always quite impressive. If we remember that over 50% of people in the world live in cities and towns. In 2050, we are talking about 2/3, so over 2/3 of people will live in cities and towns. So towns and cities cover 2% of the planet, but they generate 80% of GDP. So also when we think about the energy consumption and emission, it's the majority. So over 60% of emission comes from cities and towns. So without specific ideas on sustainable cities, we will not be able to deliver the challenges of the crisis, of the climate crisis that we are dealing with. I think we will refer to it a lot. We mentioned IPCC report already. It's clear in this area. So I hope that during our discussion, we will find a solution on how to approach the sustainable cities and towns. Thank you. Okay, so I can see that our two speakers have already told us how important the problem is and why we're talking about cities today. Okay, what is green recovery for Ms. Ada Walentek from Lud Poland? I think that the green recovery is our effort, joint effort. First, we have the structural level, so government level, local government level, but then we have business. We need to connect. We cannot work in silos and separately. Of course, each of us should have our CSR politics or implementation and tackling climate goals, but this should all connect. If I can talk about business, in our case, we have had a CSR policy present for 10 years. We are people, planet, profit-oriented, so we want to have our impact on society and environment. All our investments are planned around those values, and we want to live in a 15-minute city. But at the same time, we would love to see a legislation support on general level or financial support, because we don't want the business to pay full for the transformation. In case of developers and in case of commercial centers owners, ever since the crisis support started, crisis aid started, we have experienced a lack of support in that aid, because we were aiding people, financially aiding our tenants, and nobody helped us. So I think that we actually need a global cooperation and global activity. And for me, green recovery is exactly that. We all do what we can, but we do it together. Now the green recovery, Wiktoria Saganowska from the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy. Yes, thank you. Hello again. I think that a lot has been said about what we understand as green recovery. I think that it is important to remember that green recovery should mostly be a shift in thinking, a change in thinking about growth, about future, directing our activities in such a way, an investment in such a way to serve the balancing of the negative changes in climate and environment. And we should not only think about economic long or short-term goals, but to minimizing the acceptable level of investment impact on the environment. In the coming 30 years, European Union want to become climate neutral. Poland and Polish cities should also act in that direction. And as I mentioned, first of all, is a change of thinking and changing habits, changing the directions of growth. And I think that those are the basic elements that we have to keep in mind when we are talking about green recovery. Thank you so much. The question to Aldo Vargas Tetmayer, who is our virtual guest. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me well. Yes. Well, just to add to everything that has been said by previous speaker, of course, all those ideas, in my opinion, were very accurate. But I would like to add an aspect that the city of the future should definitely approach the development in an integrated way. What I mean by integrated, it's such an approach to recovery where all urban partners cooperate in the transition, public sector, private sector, citizens, and well, all the other stakeholders and actors of the urban space. And the integrated approach that thinks of all the stakeholders is demanding. It's hard to manage it well and implement it well. It is not easy. I'm not talking about integration territory-wise, but I am thinking also of resources that are and will be available on the European Fund, with all the funds and resources that are available on local areas from different sources. So I think that a green city of the future is a city that is able to use within this transition until several dozens of years, we'll be able to use various resources and various groups of actors in a proper way that would contribute to the growth and development. Instead of preparing separate initiatives acting in different directions, sometimes opposite directions. That, I think, is it for now. Thank you so much. Yes, we have representatives of different perspectives. So maybe let's take some time to consider to reach what Aldo Vargas has mentioned, to integrate the resources so that they would become efficient. So how should we use the stimulation packages, whether it's national or European funding, in order to reach the goal of transitioning our economy to more eco-friendly? How not to use those money just to spend it and not to reach the goal? Well, that is a very difficult question and a huge challenge. I think the scale and the pace of preparing such a strategy is unprecedented, and we should appreciate that. What you mentioned, so spending a lot of money on investments that may not be fully accurate for the future goals is quite common, and it's an issue that is hard to handle. I think that the first step to fight this problem and overcome this challenge is to prepare those investments depending on their scale and pace in accordance with strategy that should respond to the goal of decarbonization of our economy to 2050, so climate neutrality. If all those aspects, so the type and scale and pace of the project, would come from the strategy and respond to the strategy, it will be good. But the strategies that we have now, the growth plans, development plans, our national economy and local economy do not respond to those challenges and to those changes. They do not meet the European expectations, and they should. But when we're talking about the type of investments, so a super helpful tool that we could use is a taxonomy, European taxonomy of sustainable investments. It's a dictionary that makes sure that all the investment plans that are prepared in accordance with taxonomy would be adapted to the future challenges of the future. I actually would refer to Veronica's and Jarosław's presentations when they were talking about the changes in thinking and that the cities play a huge role in transformation and recovery. Yes, this is true, but we need to remember that today cities invest in infrastructure projects. They have thermal modernizations, the transport transformation. Currently, we have a lot of investments, and these will allow us to prepare for 2050. But as soon as today, we need to start thinking that whether or not they are brought in a way that is resilient shocked today and will be in the future. So I think that this is an element that will allow us to change this type of thinking and the thinking about the investment that we have today. And what we have not talked about is merging those funding, because we have the National Recovery Plan, and then we have European plans, we have Just Transformation funds, we have Social and Climate Fund that is being prepared by EU. So we have a lot of financial instruments that should make us wonder how we could use them in the most efficient way. The Just Transformation is assigned for something else than our national protection plan. So we cannot think about the National Recovery Plan in a way that, okay, we have investments that are there and we'll just produce the economical growth, but we need to consider whether or not those are not the additional funds that could accelerate the transformation. So if we keep in mind that Clean Air program brought a lot of change, we know that today, but this program is not enough if we are thinking about the decarbonization, the 2050 decarbonization. So here the National Recovery Plan could become more ambitious and bring into life plan, if they wanted to maintain all the criteria that I mentioned before, they could create the impulse to create the market which will be very needed in order to accelerate the Clean Air program and to scale it and accelerate it again. So the impulse is very needed and should be in accordance with the new expectations, because this is the only way to have it accepted by the Commission. But we should be very ambitious about using the funds. and we know that we do not have those funds fully identified. Okay, thank you. So let's take a look about the government's perspective on those questions. So how will the government act to rebuild the economy, and what are our funds and for what goals, and how well they would be able to meet the challenge, how efficient they will be, how measurable they would be in our decarbonization goals, or the reduction of emission by 55% in 2030, or the climate neutrality in 2050.
Thanks a lot. A lot has been said about the types of funds we've got in the current perspective. I believe that first and foremost of all, we'd like to stress that our objective is to focus on directing those funds as best possible towards the implementation of these climate objectives. In the new 21-27 perspective of the EU funds, we have quite a lot of allocation to implement the cohesion policy together with the Just Transformation Fund. That's over 76 billion euros. And what's important, Poland is obliged to spend at least 30% of those funds, that is over 13 billion euros, for the second policy objective, that is more environmentally friendly, low emissions Europe. Furthermore, as a part of the cohesion fund, with the value estimated at 12 billion euros, again, 37% is to be spent on climate-related issues. Just like we stated already, climate neutrality objectives until 2050 by the EU has a special just transformation mechanism established that focuses on the very regions and sectors that will suffer the most because of climate transformation, given their dependence on fossil fuels and industrial processes that generate a lot of emissions. And under that fund, three pillars of support were established. First, that I mentioned already, a grant system out of the Just Transformation Fund, totaling at around 4.4 billion euros. The second one, these are loans for the private sector under a dedicated InvestEU path. And the third pillar, these are loans for the public sector under a partnership with the European Investment Bank. Overall, we estimate that to alleviate the consequences of this transformation, we will have around 100 billion euros available. That's quite a lot. And this is not only money earmarked towards transformation. Just like I mentioned, we also have the National Recovery Plan. Under that, it's worth mentioning this difference, that money under the National Recovery Plan is to be used as a sort of a fast track to recover from the consequences of this pandemic. That's money to be spent fast too, but under the national plan, the whole component dedicated towards financing investments in green energy, in reducing energy requirements and adapting for climate change, is estimated at 13 billion euros. So we have a lot of funding available. Yes, we do. And do we have any tools to assess their efficiency once they are already implemented in the future? And to what end they serve to reduce the climate change? Well, the whole implementation of EU funds, the whole system is monitored continuously, be it within monitoring committees or their efficiency, and then followed by evaluation of spending. I believe that the expected outcomes, at this point we assume some outcomes we want to achieve and some objectives, and the outcomes will be up for discussion in a few years, I guess. But just like I wanted to say that today's topic is also cities and change within the cities. In the new financial perspective, we can see quite a strong targeting towards this green change. More and more European funding, at least 8%, is earmarked towards sustainable urban area development within dedicated territorial instruments. So we assume that investing in cities and the investments that will focus on this green recovery will be substantial and will bring the outcomes we all expect. Then if under the recovery program 30%, not within the recovery program, but within the cohesion policy for 37%, right? Are we then able to say that actually out of that recovery program we should mainly be focusing on these short-term objectives? Because that would probably say that the 37% of these funds should be invested in long-term climate objectives. Well, 37% is for the whole 21 to 27 perspective. That's not short-term. Yes, it seems this money should be spent fast but smart, with the long-term in consideration. And we already heard that out of public sources we will have some money. Yes, we will. But this is not just a task for the government for us to transform towards a more sustainable economy. I wanted to ask Jarosław Roth about the role banks are playing in that green recovery. What do banks have to offer in terms of tools? Who are these tools dedicated for? Thank you for your question. Well, the way I'm sitting is also due to the burden of responsibility on the banking sector. Okay, I was joking, but the role of the banking sector is immense indeed. The banking sector in Poland that has free funds available in Poland ranging around 200 billion zlotys is able to direct the flow of those funds towards industries or businesses that are more sustainable. The same is true for decisions related to what we are not going to finance, limiting access to financing to initiatives or businesses that are in stark contrast to sustainability, that are simply harmful to the planet. But here, apart from the huge financing resources and a lot of know-how in terms of working with bank customers, be them municipalities that we are discussing today, but also the citizens and the companies, as well as a huge potential in terms of digitization, that is also one of the components of the new Green Deal. These are the fortes of the banking sector, but the sector itself can do a lot, not as much though as what could be obtained through cooperation. Here, acting in line with the 17th MDG and partnerships is essential. Just like Zofia mentioned the Clean Air program, this is a perfect example of such cooperation. Conceptually speaking, all those public sources disbursed are supposed to provide a leverage effect, meaning that spending €1 or 1 zloty in public funding should generate at least 4 euros or zlotys in investments. Another component that is worth reinforcing in transformation in the public space, we've been discussing about costs. And here again, We are talking about estimates, but most of these spendings are not costs, actually. These are investments. Spending this money will then help us get a return on those investments. If we are talking about cities, we are talking about buildings that are responsible for some 40% of the energy consumption and the associated emissions. These buildings require thermal modernization or renovation. And here, around 3 GDP under the Fit for 55 package should be spent each year for those renovation processes. When talking about banking offerings in cooperation with the public funds, with the public partners, we can achieve a lot. Let me give you an example of a product that we already have in our portfolio. It is a product for housing cooperatives and companies where we are able to combine our own private financing in the form of a loan with a technical support for housing cooperatives using the EU funding. We finance 90% of the energy audit and documentation development. On top of that, we combine that with an offer of a thermal modernization bonus, with housing cooperative receiving money from the National Economy Bank, 12% grant for a successful implementation. This is a successful combination of the EU, state and private funding towards a common goal, so that the housing cooperative or a local authority unit is able to implement an investment to reduce operating costs. It will result in savings and reduce emissions on top of that, improving air quality, just the same. So cooperation and combining funding sources is of key importance, and this is the key role the banking sector plays in that regard. Thanks so much. So we have a lot of funds, we have directions, we have objectives. Now let me move on to asking about the challenges, the real challenges that are ahead of us. The challenges that the cities and local authorities have to meet in this green transformation process in practice. That's a question to Aldo Vargas. What's the most difficult part of this transformation process if the money is there already? What actual problems are we facing? Thanks for this question. Obviously, it's a very broad one. To narrow it down a little, I believe there are three categories of challenges: technological challenges, economic challenges, and social challenges. Each three contribute to the management area within a city. And starting from the last one, the managerial issues, we are in the situation where in the cities, as local authorities, only manage a part of all the municipal assets. Many of these assets belong to other levels of government or private owners. We need a multi-level and multi-actor cooperation, and that's a huge challenge for now. What is also important is the issue of knowledge or data within the public space, collecting that data, using it. At this point, we have more and more data coming in, but we are not yet able to use it wisely. And we need to do just that, both on the national and local level. Another issue, the scale of the necessary change in the perspective until 2030, but also 2050. That scale is immense. In terms of technology and the economy, the EU funds, however vast they may be insufficient, and we need new financing formulas, just like Jarosław Roth said a moment ago. And that effort is essential so that we can match various sources of funding together. We must also bear in mind that the EU funding will be only available as long as it's used correctly. Here I'm referring to the categorization one of the previous speakers said. We must also bear in mind that the various resources are allocated throughout various programs or initiatives that are managed directly or indirectly from the EC level. These are very interesting resources that help to support innovative solutions rather than focus merely on investments that were discussed before. So the point here is not business as usual. The point is to think a few steps ahead, to have a clear vision of what we want to achieve long term. Yet another issue is the complexity of all those changes and the areas this is all supposed to happen within. Their interrelations, interdependencies mean it's very difficult to discern their actual nature. A part of the effort needs to be directed toward linking all those various solutions together to form relationships and solutions. Yet another challenge is the functioning of the cities and urban spaces, mobility, supply chains, services, nutrition, energy use. This will all require a transformation. And that's not an easy task, as it will indeed require a shift in how we function within a city, going opposite to the current growth mindset, like buying more and more of better products. What is specific to Poland, then, is the demographic change that further impacts the growth or deterioration of cities, in particular the smaller ones, which could again require for the EU funds to also be geared towards not only supporting the centers that are pretty well off, but in particular those upholding our settlement structure in Poland, that these are mid-sized and smaller cities, so that this demographic balance is maintained. Just as discussed by Professor Mateja before, or just as often discussed by Professor Śleszyński. So these are these general challenges I wanted to mention. And perhaps let me stop here, because this requires further deliberation, but not on such short a notice. Yes, indeed, it seems there are so many layers and levels to those challenges, and these are deep-rooted in our lifestyles and the way our everyday life proceeds. So let's perhaps move towards making this change less scary, or making it more friendly to the inhabitants. Let me ask a question to Ada Walantek. How do developers, or how does the real estate industry help make us live and build and transform faster, but also transform towards living better and being more environmentally friendly, following the objectives Aldo Vargas just mentioned?
At the moment, the real estate has something that is very popular, which is called like multifunctional. So we have designs that are based on the rule disseminated by Carlos Moreno, 15-minute city. I know Paris is trying to function like that, but I know that other cities in Europe are trying to follow. This is the idea that gather city around local community where all the basic functions associated with work, schools, shopping, entertainment, or leisure can be organized within a space that you can walk or bike in a short time. So a lot of investments that are created right now, and all investment within this Citrans portfolio, are based on that rule. A good example is our Wilanów Park investment, where we deliver a 2-hectare park for local inhabitants, which is open to public, and that was created based on meetings with local people, with the community, the design of the park, because the investment is ongoing. And is to be finalized within the next few years. So we also have other functions that are associated with work, with shopping, with entertainment, with eating. Those types of investments make people commute less, drive less. They can use local green transport like bikes, rental bikes. We want to have biodiversity when it comes to plants, retentional strength. When it comes to structural changes, those may be small things, but if we are starting like insect hotels, we want to make sure that we have some water supplies. We want to have biodiversity. Those are the small steps that do contribute to climate change, to tackling climate changes. This is about the new investments, but as you know, we have a lot of investments and a lot of buildings that are already there and will be there for several dozens of years. So those buildings are changed as well, are modernized, are renovated, and we adapt them as much as we can to the new standards. And as I already mentioned, small steps, but bike stations, bike fixing stations, electric cars, chargers, thermal modernization of the buildings. We are trying to get the BREEAM certificates for our buildings. And when we prepare for the certifications, we have audits, energy audits, biodiversity audits, and then those buildings are changed into that direction. Thank you so much. I wanted then to ask you, how does it look in Poland system-wise? How do we want to shift the cities in the future? I know that right now we are updating the local city policies. City with climate, the minister mentioned. We want to change the climate policy for towns as well. How are those tools organized to help? How are they to help to make the cities more greener, to make them more 15-minute city? Like, how do they deal with the retention of water? Victoria, could you take the floor? Yes, we last year at our ministry, we started working on updating the 2015 Act. Currently, when we are preparing the new national urban policy from the 2030 perspective, we see the central administration as a coordinator that prepares frames, that prepares organization mechanisms, funding mechanisms for the development of towns and cities. And I think that it had already been mentioned in the beginning of the conference. It's very important to make sure that the city policy is very comprehensive. So in order to make it efficient and in order to bring those goals that we have, to meet them, we need different areas to cooperate. Different offices from different areas that have any sort of impact on climate change. So this is urban planning, this is mobility, this is air quality, this is biodiversity. So in our work, we have a team that works cross offices, cross sectors. We have representatives of the government, representatives of academia, of towns and cities, and we are trying to hammer out new urban policy of our country in such a way to guide the city into the direction that they should develop. But I don't think that cities and towns know where they should head, but we really want our activities from the central level to prepare legislation frames and tools, like Mr. Kurtyka mentioned, to make sure that they all contribute to the delivery of this comprehensive and complicated urban policy. We want to pay special attention to the air quality, to adapting to climate change. I think that in all the 11 challenges that we have identified so far, those questions connected with environment quality appear directly or indirectly. We have an entire area dedicated in the urban policy that tackles the changes and adaptation to climate changes. But on the regional level, we also deliver projects that are addressed to cities and towns directly or partnerships of local authorities. Just to give you an example, we have a project, advisory support center, that is to help towns and cities and local authorities. Those are mainly smaller towns and municipalities that are marginalized, to shift their growth and strategies in order to make sure that they absorb the money that is available for those areas to increase the life quality there. Then we have another project. The second edition of a project is a partner initiative of towns and cities. The first edition covered 34 cities and towns, and this is the project that is supposed to help towns and cities to develop new skills based on exchanging experience in local urban activities in different areas. Those areas are in line with our goals, with European goals. In the previous edition, we had air quality, we had urban mobility, and now in the new edition of the project for 2021-2023, we will have entire network of cooperation devoted to solutions that are nature-based and on question of making the towns and cities more green. So we have a lot of initiatives that we undertake, and we work between sectors, and we want to guide those solutions towards the common goal of the national urban policy. We want to adapt that document by next year, mid-next year. And when it comes to urban policies, different projects, different experiences, we want to present on the 11th World City Forum that will be held in June 2020 in Katowice in Poland. Okay, thank you. So let's think of where the plans could be brought into life. What is the context? You represent URB-ACT, Alvaro. Their cities and towns share good practices. Also, within the green recovery, maybe you could talk about models that we should refer to, that we should remember about when we are creating adaptation plans for climate change or green recovery of a city or of a town in Poland. I would begin with saying that URB-ACT is a good example to show that before we decide to introduce changes in the town or city, it's good to plan ahead on what we want to do and what is the direction that we want to go to. I think this is the strength of the program, because this is not a program that directly supports investments. we support what I mentioned before, proper mix, proper cooperation between various actors. So it's worth to mention the example of Wrocław, the city of Wrocław that took part in one of the URBACT projects, Sea Change. This is a project where we supported public institutions of cultural sector in the process of analyzing their carbon footprint. And the fact itself actually caused the other institutions to realize how they reduce their carbon footprint along with their activities and via their activities. And that required a cooperation between public sector, between local authority and the institutions themselves and other institutions in the area. So that's just one example. To give you another example, we have a project where we had the city of Krakow as one of the projects with several others, the green areas in the city. However we think of it, whether those are small activities like community gardens, where supporting such activities not only increase the awareness of people, but also social activity to take care of their local environment and the green areas that they have in their neighborhood. Or a BPAT.net project, we had the city of Bydgoszcz as a partner there, and this actually supported the beehives in towns and in the city. So those are small projects, but they do change local policies in the towns and cities that take part in such projects. We can also show you bigger projects that are financed from different programs. For example, Urban Innovative Actions. This is a program that finances a more with funds that are direct, but more directed into specific investments. And there I encourage you to check the website to see the projects that were delivered in such a manner to test how innovative the solutions are. So we not only introduce a solution in town, which is less or more or less state of the art when it tech-wise, but while we implement it and how and when we involve different actors, we can measure that and see that. So this is an example of Ljubljana, for example, and their activity connected with green areas in town, and to support the green areas, to make it grow, to take care of it, to fight species that are not good for them, and to introduce various solutions that support the green areas and make it useful for other activities in the city. Or a project that is actually an ongoing one. It's a very interesting project in URBACT. It refers to waste management. So we support a system where the waste is no longer a burden. They become a part of a local economy system. We can deliver our waste to different places, and there we win points that allow us to pay for services in town. So we have the system present within the town and the agglomeration around. It's near Opole. The project is called Tropa Verde. We have a lot of examples. Please check Urba Forum Live website. We have a lot of activities that you can follow. Okay, so from beehives to waste management, a lot of examples. Jarosław, would you like to say something about that? Yes, I wanted to refer to that because we're talking about good practices, about investments. I wanted to talk about a paradox. I know that, and we know, how much of emission is caused by the buildings. We know how harmful it is to get energy from fossils. We know how big of a problem the air pollution is. So when we are talking about recovery, renovation, also the buildings of public institutions, I know that if we deliver those projects, we are reducing the emission. We are improving the quality of air. We are improving the life of people who work in those buildings. We also know that, especially if we think of the latest changes in the energy market, I'm talking about the price increase of oils and gas and coal, also electricity. So we know that if we reduce the need, we'll have a positive impact on the economy itself. So we know it all, but we do nothing about it, or we do little. And the question is why? So the part of the answer is that local authorities have a certain budget. They have debts. So when it comes to regulations, the local governments and municipalities are blocked, so they cannot bring into life the investment that would generate all those good things. We could add job places, sales markets. I'm talking about the green recovery here. So the question is, what can we do about it? And I think that we do have an answer. The banking sector and us as BNP Paribas, we are thinking about a solution that would help to deliver those investments without causing a burden, without creating a debt for towns and cities. I'm talking about the cooperation within the ESPO, so energy services company, and the concept where the thermal modernization and renovation works are delivered by a company, the city or town or local municipality does not pay for it, but the local government works with a company that paid for it from the savings that they have. So they are also being accounted for how they reach the savings. And this model is possible to adapt, and we are analyzing it. It will also require involvement and cooperation of central authorities, most possibly the National Fund of Environment Protection and Water Management, where we will be able to launch private banking financing that will pay for the work without creating a debt in local municipalities. Finally, the town, the city will pay for the investment, but they pay from the savings that they win by making this modernization. So they do not have a debt, but on a huge scale, they are able to renovate, revitalize, modernize the buildings in association with with producing their own electricity, but without causing burden for their budget. But in the future, it will have a positive impact for the local authority as well, because some of those savings will be kept there as part of their budget. Majority of those savings, so decreasing the running costs, will be used to pay back the investment, but we have a possibility of making this leap and work on a huge scale. Keeping all those positives in mind. Oh yes, that's an interesting solution about the limits for depth. I think Zofia wanted to add it to it. Yes, I do, because think that looks like the towns and cities will have to face the modern financing. So ESCO is one, and aggregation is another. So thermomodernization projects are small from the point of view that are interesting for the banks that have that scale. And so we can see that in different countries, in Germany, in Scandinavia, and the thermomodernization projects are bigger aggregators, are simpler for banks, and are cheaper for them to serve. So I think that this is also very interesting when it comes from the point of view of Poland that we should all consider. Another idea is green bonds that can be issued by local authorities. There we have challenges where we have the limits and legal regulations, but we have to keep in mind this perspective. If we think about green bonds that are issued by Poland, the interest was so much higher than the issues of it. So we could be quite confident that if the bonds are issued by local authority, they will meet a lot of interest of the market, and they will allow local governments to bring into life the investments that they have to bring into life anyway, because there is such a necessity. And that can actually contribute to the green recovery, to prepare towns and cities for the challenges of the 2050. And maybe to refer to previous speakers, I think that a very positive signal that I've heard from everybody here is that everybody declared their will to cooperate between sectors, areas, between business and local authorities. So if we think about the scenario that we have, because in the National Recovery Plan, we only have some funds assigned to loans, and I think we have around 22 billion of euro at our disposal that can let us finance different investments. I think this is a great opportunity for local governments and local authorities to start working with business to prepare their recovery plans together with the funds that they have at their disposal from EU. Because I think that from our experience, it's easier to work when we base on a plan that we prepare ourselves, although we know that it's a challenge to do it, and would allow us to look for additional financing. So I think that it would be great to think about this opportunity and about this idea as yet another opportunity to be better prepared for the challenges of the future.
We are getting closer and closer to the end of our debate. So if we could please summarize or indicate some directions that must absolutely not be taken, or how about we discuss if it's even profitable to invest in quality of life in the cities? Ada Walentek. Well, I guess we must not consider it in terms of profitability. We all must start investing in the very quality of life and start implementing those goals. What requires improvement for the future, though, is cooperation on a local level. Recently, we had contaminated soil in one of the plots we had. We decontaminated it using environmentally friendly bacteria, but we had to go through all levels, all standard procedures. It took really long. But if we could simplify all these procedures in terms of environmentally friendly projects, I believe the life would be so much better for all of us. Thanks so much. I agree with the previous speaker as to not even discussing the green change in terms of profitability. This is necessary, more than necessary. Each of us would like to live in a city that is nice to live in, that provides access to services, that has good air quality, that has green areas. So I believe that both our efforts on the part of the state administration and local authorities and businesses and the inhabitants must be geared towards improving that quality of life in the cities, so that there are no situations where in 30 years we wake up and it's too late already, and then none of us would be able to get to a park in 15 minutes. Thanks. Any warnings, any indications, Zofia Otmańska? Warnings and indications. Well, we have already mentioned so much valid stuff. What is also worth focusing on is working with strategies. So we must be aware that the pace of changes at the EU level is not going down, it's going up even more. We must adjust our capacities and resources on the central and local level, and the business transformation to what's going to happen, we must treat it very seriously. Otherwise, we will lag behind, which will cost us even more in terms of money that we don't have as of today. We must remember that regardless of the climate policy, cities will have to transform, the economy will have to transform, where green transformation brings us additional benefits that are also important. Aldo, would you like to offer a summary? I'm not sure if it's a summary, but definitely an observation. From the local authority perspective, it makes no sense to act only once EU funds are there. It makes much more sense to think in advance and to be proactive, and to also consider the use of assets that we already have available in the cities, be it through enhanced cooperation or use of assets we have available locally that we're spending on public procurement, let's say, and can be used better to that end. So it makes sense to be more proactive and think in a longer term rather than just to wait for the EU funds to come in. These will be substantial, but they will be useful wherever we know we need them. And now a summary by Jarosław Rot. Thank you so much. We must also not forget the final objective. Our children won't get to know our planet or Poland that we got to know as children, not even to mention our grandchildren and the future generations. It's going to be dramatic even if we arrive at climate neutrality by 2050. The Earth will still be very different. And this is our civilizational challenge. And then in the future, well, cooperation, openness to ideas, boldness, and looking for good solutions. That's my message. Thank you. Thank you so much for your interesting input on the directions we should grow our cities in so that they're as green as possible, and the way we should use our available funds to reach our goals, to live better, and to be more active in stopping climate change. Thanks so much. Wiktoria Saganowska, Ministry of European Funds and Regional Policy, Ada Walentek, Not Poland, Jarosław Rot, BNP Paribas, Zofia Wetmańska, Wice Europa, and Aldo Vargas Tetmajer, Association of Polish Cities and Urbact. My name is Barbara Ogala. Thank you so much. See you. Hello again to the Eco-Miasto studio. We have finished on the issues related to the future generations. Let me share a personal notion. Today, when I was getting ready for this meeting, I was warming my voice up, and my son asked, "Could you mention me, Mom, at your work today?" I said, "Well, these are professional issues. It doesn't fit the context all so much." But just like Mr. Roth said in the previous panel, actually, what we are talking about is an issue that touches on our private lives too. We are not only here because of our jobs, but also because of the future and the future generations. We are in a melting pot of environmental change, economic change, and legislative change. We heard about the Fit for 55 package that refers to at least 55% reduction in CO2 emissions until 2030. It's an initiative by the EC covering 13 legislative projects related to various economic areas. I'm not going to list all of them here, but indeed these 13 projects offered in July this year will have a deep influence on what's happening in European economy, national economies, as well as locally in our cities. What is key now is most definitely a change of thinking that was mentioned in today's conference many times over already. And we heard how green recovery is a change of thinking. Let me quote from Professor Hausner and his publication premiered at the last Eco-Miasto conference. It's entitled Environmental Protection in Poland, Perspectives for the Coming Years, matching today's theme very well. And Professor Hausner said, "The world may be changed by a joint energy of individuals. We need community and individuality just the same. The new synthesis is based on a conviction that we are capable rather than we deserve. We have a right to safety. This safety, however, is an obligation to act accordingly and act together." This cooperation and obligation is what we are discussing today. And I believe that faced with the immense challenges, we must not forget about these guiding lights that direct us on, the urban strategies carefully considered, or the so-called taxonomy Zofia Wetmańska discussed. That is a list of a directory of investments that are green and sustainable at the same time. And here Zofia asked, are these investments undertaken in line with the resilience principle? Resilience was also what the ambassador Frédéric Billet referred to at the beginning of our conference. He said we have more than enough tools. It's our decision whether we are going to act in a resilient manner. And our decision, our will, is what the other panelists often discuss too. But they also mention specific solutions. The funds available for cities, the paths that can be taken to utilize those means. Apart from the recovery program, also structural funds, just transformation, and the somewhat less standard solutions, ESCO, and shifting the responsibility for energy efficiency of municipal buildings to specialized companies, aggregation of projects that is acting together on a larger scale throughout multiple facilities so as to improve cost efficiency of these investments. Green bonds were also mentioned. According to Zofia Wetmańska, they are really popular these days. After this brief summary, let us see another panel, the last panel for today, that will be then followed by the winners of the Eco-Miasto competition. A panel on innovations for environmentally friendly cities will be headed by Professor Bolesław Ro from the Koźmiński Academy, a person involved with CSR issues for many years now. He also co-created the Climate Leadership Program. So I believe we are going to hear very interesting contributions on the new initiatives in acting for the planet. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're starting a panel on innovations for eco-cities. My name is Bolesław Rok, and let me now introduce the panelists. We have one of them connecting online, Zia Dager, a B2B and B2G manager from the new Renault Group brand, Bobby Rice. Good afternoon. And here with me on the stage we have Krzysztof Zamasz, commercial director from Veolia Group Poland, a board member, Joanna Erbel, Co-op Tech Hub, among other involvements, and Michał Skrzydło, Miasteczko Śląskie mayor. We're going to discuss innovation. Innovation is often discussed as a cure-all. People say that they are innovations are to contribute to economic development, sustainable development, just like we heard at the last panel, which I disagree with, by the way. There is no sustainable growth. You can have degrowth and sustainable degrowth. But innovation is also supposed to contribute to social welfare, climate justice, success of new companies, radical market change, radical social change. Innovation is always supposed to contribute to everything and anything. At the same time, we are focusing on purely technological ones. Not always do they contribute to quality of life, however. Overall, we also have innovation issues in Poland, often discussing the low level of these innovations. Innovation indicators, KPIs on the level of companies or cities are still on a relatively low level. We often say it's our weak spot. But at the same time, we are talking about Polish people being smart, innovative, creative, that we are able to come up with solutions. Perhaps on the level of the cities, it should be visible much better than on the level of the economy as a whole. There's the social innovation in business that used to be discussed as corporate social responsibility that of the true kind contribute to improved quality of life, changed production and consumption patterns. What is the social innovation on the level of the cities? And what are innovations for the climate? I was looking for climate innovation term or innovation for climate. In the Polish debate, it's a non-existent notion, virtually. Perhaps innovation for the climate is a notion of the past, but actually this is what it's supposed to contribute. reduction in emissions, CO2 emissions, climate neutrality, greenhouse gas emissions reductions. In the previous panel, we heard about how much money we've got to change stuff. We have public funds, private funds, banks want to help, everyone wants to help. How about the criteria, though? I didn't hear much about that there. Are we going to spend that money rationally? Is what we are discussing as an environmentally friendly city, is it? And that's a question I wanted to ask to all of you as the first one on this panel. What's the idea of an environmentally friendly city, an eco-city to you? You personally or you organizationally? Is it just a beautiful idea we are discussing? Or is it a civilizational necessity? Or is it an opportunity for growth? Is it a long-term vision? What's your personal perception and what's your organizational perception? Jonna, let's start with you. Well, there were many questions asked here, so I will find it difficult to respond very briefly to this barrage of questions. So let me start by saying what I'm not going to discuss. I'm not going to discuss business. That was the subtopic of the previous panel, and we have another speaker here that could discuss the business response to climate change. But when talking about the eco-city and what could be a shared space for us is the vision. The vision not understood as how to develop a company or one's market position, but rather a vision for life. A vision of the future city, a sustainable city, is definitely close to the 15-minute city, a green city, one where we could sleep long, where we are allowed to be lazy, where we feel safe because we can count on our neighbors, and where we're healthy, just like Professor Mateja said in his keynote speech. The cost of being with others is not put on par with lung issues. In Poland, the health and air pollution and its contribution to health problems in children, that was the gateway topic. And that's a topic of professional conversations we have here. It was also related to the PEZ and CopTech Hub cooperatives, where we are showing that building these cooperative spaces in the digital world and in the physical space may be a response to implementing this vision. Because right now we're living in a time of this Black Mirror scenario. The servers went down yesterday. Netflix may crash today, but still we have a world outside. And if this world, if the city is becoming ever greener, we must ask ourselves questions about other areas, the economy, for instance. Interrupted supply chains are a hot topic these days, with empty shelves in the UK, not in Poland, because these lorries find it easier to access Poland. Yes, but not yet being the operative word here. So perhaps the sustainable city is one based on local trade, local supplies as far as that's possible, because, well, I'm not sure we're going to grow coffee in Warsaw outskirts. But how about we consider eco-city as one characterized by this degrowth? How can we maintain or even enhance our quality of life while at the same time putting a damper on consumption, on everyday mobility, on product mobility from products that we need to support our lifestyles? We believe cooperatives are an answer as these economic systems that ground people and capital in a given area. Thank you so much.
It was a very interesting perspective. So let's move on to Mr. Mayor of a Silesian town. How does this idea of an eco-city, how do you see that? Well, our town is an eco-city. 80% of our municipality are forests, but we do have industries, production plants, so we need to maintain the balance. I believe that an eco-city is a long-term goal. We cannot drop everything in the name of ecology. And let's not build new roads, let's not build new pavement, let's not build new apartments because we have to keep green areas. We need to find balance. People are important, nature is also important. We cannot make nature more important than a human being because our citizens expect that their needs will be met. Of course, we also have the need of relaxation and the clean air surrounded by something green, possibility to play sports, meeting friends that you don't have to commute or drive to for hours. And in our municipality, we try to do this. We want to make our citizens happy, but we want to keep the nature happy as well. The first part of your question, let me refer to that. When it comes to innovation in ecology, we need freedom. Freedom from legislation, from red tape, because very often Poles are the innovative and smart nation. We come up with things that are not foreseen by our law. And then introducing something into the market, into life, is something very difficult. We have to fight the bureaucracy. Just to give you an example, downtown in our town, it's under protection of historic monuments conservatory. And in order to make any changes to those buildings, you need the conservatory office to issue their agreement. We wanted to prepare like a green facades on those buildings that we are unable to renovate because people don't want to or we don't have money to. We wanted to cover with something green to make it, okay, since it cannot be renovated, let's make it at least green and pretty. And here we go, because the pavement is from the road management, whether we can move the pavement to plant the areas where the conservatory office will agree. So small changes that could be introduced quickly, you know, it seems a good idea. It will have a positive result, but then it turns out it's impossible to do it. So if we had slightly less red tape, it would probably be easier, especially to people like individuals or companies as well as big corporations. Okay, thank you so much. It's a different perspective for sure. I think that all of us have our own perspective, and that's very interesting that within a town and city we should find an agreement. It's interesting. What would be your perspective as a global corporation? How do you see the idea of eco-city? How much is it a must? How obvious is it to you? Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you for having me here today. I would like to refer to Professor's words, like think globally, act locally. I have been associated with the heating industry for 23 years, and I can say that I have participated in the transformation process. And the energy transformation would be the focus. And today we call it decarbonization. I am thinking about eco-carbonization when we talk about it, because it's very important of a challenge that the entire industry must face. Eco-Miasto conference or eco-city as a concept in Veolia case is a part of our DNA. our thinking is ecological thinking. Veolia, globally and locally, is fighting for taking care of natural resources of the world. Maybe you do not see it, but the sensitivity is very important. This sensitivity is common in our teams in Veolia. My colleagues, when they think about business, they think about the social responsibility, ecological responsibility, and how this could be connected or matched with our business. Ideally, an ideal example is Veolia term. We have those in small and bigger towns, in local municipalities, where we have a huge challenge associated with energy transformation, with forgetting about coal. So Veolia wants to decarbonize, so I mean stop the use of coal-produced energy until 2030. And 2030 is moving to gas heating. But that's not enough, because if we take a look at the transformation from coal to gas, is just reducing the emission by 50%. So Veolia wants to go further, and until 2050, we want to produce zero emission. So those leverages and goals should be set high, but we need to remember what we've got here. The clock is ticking, and the price of energy transformation is painful because it's costful. For now, the prices of the carbon dioxide have been increased. Yes, these are not costs, it's an investment. This is what they said in the previous panel. Yes, we treat decarbonization as a way out. For us, decarbonization is working in a hybrid model. Just to give you an example, I already mentioned Veolia term. There we have 63 towns where we are present. They have been thoroughly analyzed in which way the decarbonization could be conducted, because we need to remember about the technologies we have available. So, Professor, you mentioned the innovations. I had the pleasure of being one of the first people, together with my team, that implemented the innovation in big energy sector. We need innovations, but we need to remember that the power industry should not be based on prototypes, but on well-proved and established solutions that have been implemented somewhere and used somewhere. Innovations in case of Veolia is an important aspect of our growth. We work in multidisciplinary and matrix format in the entire group, and those innovations are introduced and implemented. When we are talking about eco-cities and a certain idea of a city, I would like to draw your attention to one fact. The main receiver of the eco-city addressee is its inhabitant. I come from a middle-sized city, Tychy. I was born there, I grew up there, I lived there. It has always been a sleeping place. It was if we have a responsible approach from our mayor, we introduce a very strong and deep project counteracting the emission in our cities. I mentioned that during one of the conferences. I had the pleasure to have the first low emission project in Tychy, in my hometown. I was part of the project with representatives of the city, and those was the first 1,500 heaters that we shifted to eco. At the time, we thought that they were green. But from the point of view of today, after 20 years, we know that it was not an ecological solution. And right now, the city has changed several old heaters on more advanced technologies, hybrid solutions, where we use the heat pumps, where we use other possibilities of having heat from recycled. We also have gas solutions there, where the city goes further and further and invests in thermal modernization. We have a lot of projects like that. Veolia Term is taking part in those projects as natural partner because we have we have experience, and we work with mayors in other towns and cities. Because decarbonization is also a possibility of building a product and an offer for towns and cities where you can earn money. Yes, of course. We are talking about business here. That's obvious. We are not doing any charity here. I am interested in this decarbonization. I will have to look for it because I have not. Yes, I made it up yesterday, so no wonder. Because I am a scientist as well. That think that eco-carbonization will be my new idea. Scientific projects. I invite you wholeheartedly to cooperate. I like new terms, really, so that's great. Okay, so we will join Mr. Ziyad, a new brand of Renault Group. How do you think? What do you think? How do you see the idea of the eco-city from the perspective of your company? Again, a global player.
Prefer to having
So we can't hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you to have invited Renault Mobilize to participate to this roundtable. We are very happy to take part of it. I think that an eco-city is a concept. It is still in many cases a concept whose implementation is work in progress, which is normal because it is a long-term project based on a long-term vision. So it is a promising concept which needs to be cleverly defined by the stakeholders and pragmatically put into reality. I think there is neither a single recipe nor a set of common detailed rules to apply because each territory and culture differs in some points. But I would say that based on the sustainable development principles, the balance between economic, environment, and social impact should always be respected to bring human progress together with the technological innovations, enabling a city to become an eco-city. This is an important point if you want the people, the citizens, to support and be part of the changes, and if you want to change, these changes to be achieved at a high scale. And we will see later that when it comes to energy and mobility, those respect of the balance of the three domains of sustainable development I mentioned is an important point.
Okay, thank you so much. Na polski.
I'm moving back to Polish. I would like to ask you about the technologies now. So to go more into detail, Mr. Director, maybe I will go back to you. You were so proud of your innovations, the ones that you already have working. Maybe if we took like a meta level, what we could use to make sure that our implementation of eco-city are efficient. So what technologies do we need not only to provide the heating, but like a wider the infrastructure of the city? What is needed, and how can we? Because what you mentioned that there should be ideas and solutions that are already working and functioning and are good, but then I understand that they are not innovative because they have been present somewhere for some time. I am interested what is your perspective, what is your point of view? How can we use data in this process of implementing innovation? What does the data show us? In order to make sure that the implementation is efficient. Or maybe I would refer to one more question. What should we do differently than we do now? Because I still think that we are unable to implement innovative solutions. Maybe we should do it differently. How does it look from your point of view, from your perspective? Well, let me give you an example of our three biggest metropolis that we are now: Warsaw, Łódź, and Poznań. Of course, we need to keep in mind the surrounding towns and cities. This is 3 million people that use our services. And they also expect a partner on the other side. And they want a partner that have an idea and have an experience in innovative solutions. Heating and city infrastructure is like veins of the city. So in Warsaw, 95% of heating is central. So we have pipes there. We can enter every room, every plot, every connection, every building. And based on that, the product, the heating, allows us to produce ideas. And we can invite our clients there. So we have a project that is associated with heating efficiency. What do you mean by inviting clients? Well, we want our clients to have measurable results and savings from using the heat. So if we add other products like electricity, gas, like a combo product, and other services, we can generate, as a supplier, savings to our clients. And we can also generate new ideas that are associated with saving. So like using the project BEST that we have in Warsaw, that's our pilot project. We have it now in Łódź as well and in Poznań. It gives us a possibility to save a lot of money by our clients. And we share those savings. We really don't want to sell most. We want to sell smartest. So we want to have a good relationship with our client in a long-term perspective. Personally, I think from the point of view of the eco-city and making the big cities greener, I had the pleasure of having an idea that is actually brought into life right now in Górnośląska Zagłębie Metropolis. I was in management in the metropolitan support for the social and economic development of the metropolitan area. I was lucky enough that it was created. It was like a city being created. So I was given an opportunity to build a concept and a strategy and an idea on how to shift the metropolitan area of Zagłębie and Górny Śląsk, which has over 2 million people, to grow. So it's not a topic for today's meeting, but the experience that we have, our own experiences, ex-experts and management, are not my personal. We have loads of experts in Veolia that have same attitude, and we bring it into life in different cities. For example, in Aria, we are a natural partner for Warsaw, for Łódź, for Poznań, in the direction of increasing the green area. Why is it important for the environment? The mayor wins on the environment, when they take care about the environment and they show how they take care of the local environment, because people want to live there. So this is how you win. So the mayors are assessed. So eco-cities are assessed like that. So the ranking should be made, and the main element for people to want to move there, it's environment, it's access to communication, workplaces. So this is a priority for everybody. Okay, so let me come back to you because the director said what you said in the beginning. In a way, but from a different angle. He talked about sharing savings with your clients and including the clients in the process, building their happiness and their well-being, etc. So do you think that Veolia is going in the direction of the cooperative model? Although you said you don't want to talk about business, but do you think that business on the level of cities is forced in some way to apply such a cooperative model? How does this need for innovation look from your perspective?
Well, thank you for your question, and I'm not sure if Veolia wants to become a co-op. However, we do have a model in place of partnering with large corporations so that they could invest in local co-ops and then do the so-called exit to community. That's another option of what Zofia Wetmańska discussed when talking about green bonds, a potential of using this potential of local middle-class citizens. I'm very happy with everybody saying how they need to sell smart, how they work with long-term perspective, how they try to supply services that will retain the customers, because then this means they are taking the longer term into account. And I said I was not going to discuss business because I have two other panelists here who work there on an everyday basis, but I wanted to further another notion, deciding to settle somewhere and competing for inhabitants in terms of quality of life. What I can see now in the pandemic when traveling for conferences is that I have the most interesting discussions in smaller centers that did not prevail in the previous wave of transformation, but that see they have an opportunity here. And now, because of the changing work patterns, with more people being convinced that even if they are not able to work remotely full-time, the hybrid model shifted our mindset a lot. Our mindset in terms of if commuting is acceptable and how long a commute. Is it walking from your bed to your desk, or is it 2 hours spent traveling somewhere? The innovation forced by the pandemic, it's paradoxical. Yes, but it speeded up some processes. And it meant we listen to our bodies more. We sense discomfort more than we used to before, because for several months or over a year, depending on where someone worked, we had an opportunity to live differently, sometimes sleeping longer, sometimes not being able to work because of children at home. We know our closest surroundings better because we spent more time there than in the previous years. And when talking about innovation, we started by discussing technological innovation, but I'm very happy that the director here discussed social and economic ones, and that's where we should seek innovation. One of these innovations is focusing on smaller centers, smaller cities as these target spaces to live in terms of the future generations. And it's also simplification, like the mayor said here. Pro-environmental innovation will be implemented faster if they can be implemented in a simple manner. If being environmentally friendly, if being fair, if playing along with the sustainable development rules will not require us to be heroic, as is the case now. And here I wanted to give you an example of a logic that we tried to implement together with the residential policy office in Warsaw, related to the Warsaw housing standard that was obligatory, that was supposed to be obligatory for investments subsidized by the city, and that was to be optional for developers. We had these conversations with the Polish Association of Developers and other entities. And these were times back when being environmentally friendly was not that important. It was not a major topic of every real property conference. But what was to encourage customers was that if the city adopted that standard, then investment projects aligned with that standard will move faster because they will be processed within the statutory deadline. If you play fair, you won't have to negotiate and spend more time with the project frozen, with explaining everything and anything, because you would follow a simple pattern, a simple template saying that if you're playing fair, your project is predictable. If you're aligned with the urban growth strategy, you have a lower investment risk. That is very high typically. In particular in the construction market in large cities with unclear and extended processes. So, to sum up, I believe we need two kinds of innovation here. And that the technological innovation actually should be in the background, with the foreground taken by organizational ones. That will allow us to do good things easier. It's the choice architecture, the default choice that the mayors have, that the companies have, should be one that is pro-social and pro-environmental, even though by large this is not the case. Let me comment on the previous notion, because yes, it sounds good, doing good things easier. However, meeting some standards that facilitate the implementation of various solutions in form of organizational innovation on one hand, but then happiness of the inhabitants and electing a mayor on the other one. I wonder how you assess the expectations of your inhabitants. It's not a huge city, so you may know people. Very easy and simple. But what are their expectations, not only in the short run, but also in the longer term? Do you believe that as a result of the pandemic, more people are going to return to these smaller cities, just like Joanna said? I guess that's a change, a tangible one, too. We're learning now that these smaller cities can be more friendly, more conducive to health and well-being and happiness. Is that how you perceive the citizens' expectations? Or do they wish to get a major highway and a good connection and to have a suburban location they only get to sleep in? Well, I guess these expectations may be varied depending on whom you ask. Senior citizens vs families with small children vs people in the prime of their professional careers. But as it's quite a small city and a quite tight settlement structure, if 80% of our area is forest, then 20% is to hold all the businesses and residential property. It means we are a good place to innovate in or to test, to drive certain solutions in before they are taken to larger places. And back before this was even a topic of a public debate, like reducing emissions or cutting air pollution, we got rid of a coal-fired boiler facility and we connected to our district heating system to a zinc mill. They are generating this gas as a byproduct. They are combusting this gas, and this is the only installation like this in Europe. But this waste heat they are getting was converted into a product that can be used in an economically and environmentally sound way. Then last year, working together with Veolia, we extended that district heating network and built almost 9 kilometers of a heating line connecting detached houses. 148 detached houses were connected last year. Back then, we're coming back to this freedom. This project was planned for 2 years ago, but it was only for district heating, and the citizens were quite skeptical as they were offered no choice. But then we introduced a municipal program, and once the inhabitants had choice whether they want to connect to the district heating network or to replace their old boiler with a heat pump or with a gas boiler, suddenly it turned out that out of 148 participants, well, Veolia got its quota over just a few days. Once they got the choice, they analyzed what is more profitable and what they're going to be more satisfied with. And I believe that is exactly a procedure, or let's put it in a different way. Authorities often believe they know better. They know better what the inhabitants need. But actually, it's the inhabitants who know what they need best. And once we gave them the choice, it turned out that they chose actually what we believed was right. But shouldn't that freedom be accompanied by education too? Often people choose stupid stuff because they don't know that. Yes, but they should also bear consequences. It's not the authorities who should be responsible for the inhabitants' choices. And coming back to this eco-city, environmentally friendly city that Joanna discussed, we are a small place, 7,000 inhabitants. But next year, we're going to build a transportation hub of sorts, well, where one could change from various forms of transportation. So showing the benefits of public transportation if they can take a train and be in the center of Katowice within 40 minutes, or they can drive for an hour and then have to look for a parking space and pay for it. That's how we could show and convince them with the positive stuff rather than fight the drivers so that they decide to convert to public transportation themselves. So these are these strictly urban moves, like fighting this excessive driving, sometimes results in the opposite. Drivers are our citizens too. And we have to maintain some sort of balance. Not work against the drivers or against the pedestrians, but rather act for the common good. Definitely, it's possible to connect it all together so that both groups will be happy, rather than adopt the either-or scenario, like only the pedestrians or only the cyclists. And then it's disbalanced. Well, balance should be indicated. All right, and now we are at mobility. Indeed, it seems that this new brand within Renault, but also the challenges of mobility are really essential these days, and they are a part of this civilizational change in the cities. On one hand, we have access to car sharing with all the promises. In Paris in particular, like I saw the major change. In Warsaw, it's not that visible yet, But I'm quite curious with the questions the viewers asked us related to municipal parking. So I'm quite curious as to how the charging of these electrical cars is going to look like. It's an ever-growing topic, and what perspectives to mobility growth and this approach to eco-mobility is adopted by the Renault Group. So I'd now like to ask Ziad to offer some comment on that.
Yeah, indeed. You stressed a very good point. Let me remind first that Renault Group was an EV pioneer, an electric vehicle pioneer, and is an historical leader in Europe regarding electric cars markets. We have sold over 420,000 units since 2010, ahead of our competitors in Europe. We were one of the very first car makers who had the vision that the future of cars would largely be electric, and we made it happen. And it's the same vision and the same spirit that had the Group Renault create the new brand, Mobilize brand, which is a young and refreshing brand. Mobilize motto is beyond automotive, and Mobilize goal is to go from product to services, from possession to usage. Mobilize offers flexible and sustainable and usage-oriented mobility and energy solutions. So it brings to customers flexibility and freedom, and it brings to territories solutions to support their decarbonization strategy. What can Mobilize and Groupe Renault concretely bring to eco-cities and smart islands to steer their energetic and ecologic transition? Let me just here underline that islands can be very relevant territories to foster those changes, but I will develop it later in the conference. So as I mentioned, historically we bring cars and we've turned them into electric to improve the ecological balance and to improve the carbon footprint of people and territories. But beyond that, through Mobilize, we are proposing different car sharing systems. You've talked about Paris, where we are developing ZT by Mobilize. And initially we started with Madrid, and together with Madrid and Paris, we are operating 1,200 cars used by about 500,000 clients. We also have a Mobilize share in 9 countries in Europe and 250,000 users. And also it is not as developed as in Paris or Madrid yet. We have 2,200 vehicles Renault in car sharing in Poland, among which recently, since April 2021, 200 Dacia Spring, our latest small electric cars, in Warsaw. Those are concrete, very concrete examples who show how we go along with the territories to change their mobility patterns, not only by incrementing electric vehicles, but also by sharing the cars, so decreasing the total amount of cars on the cities. I was talking about energy services also, which is very important because there is a strong link between mobility and energy sectors. Through Mobilize, we propose charging infrastructure. It's called Mobilize Power, and we can offer to cities or professional clients from steady to turnkey charging solutions. And we are operating in the main European markets. The link with energy goes beyond through what we call Mobilize Smart Charge, which concretely is an app which allows the users to optimize the cost of charging while reducing their carbon footprint by monitoring the time of charging their electric vehicle. And if we want to think about a more holistic approach, we propose also energy storage solutions based on electric vehicles' batteries to promote the use of renewable energy. We have sold over 2,000 batteries today, but it's a very promising market because we know that the electric market is still young. And as it is based on what we call second life battery, which means that after a certain amount of years, let's say about 10 years, the battery will not be able to help for an automotive purpose, but still has largely enough capacity to make this energy storage, either to improve the return on investment on renewables based on the building, or to change on small mobility patterns like boats or like engine on the airport to switch from diesel to electric thanks to those second life batteries. So this is a concrete example of circular economy. And tomorrow, another solution which will even improve the ability to make synergies between mobility and energy are what we call the vehicle to grids. Today we have prototypes, but it will be massified tomorrow. And thanks to a bi-directional charger, which allows to return part of the electricity stored in the battery to the grid, we will be able to optimize the grid operation and alleviate the intermittent availability of renewable energy. So that's all the kind of services that Mobilize can bring, and that's what Group Renault through Mobilize is now developing. I think that those represent strong assets to implement the EcoCity idea.
Okej, dziękuję bardzo. I teraz właściwie jako ostatni już...
Thanks so much. And now as the last part, I wanted us to discuss this cooperation between cities and the business. And here I'd basically shift to the example already, a specific example. Director, if you could please, because, well, we have a specific example related to that cooperation rather than merely a discussion of theoretical concepts.
Pan burmistrz.
Mayor have mentioned one fantastic thing based on the Silesian town and what happened when it came to burning waste gas in the zinc company. We had a leak. We managed to introduce the project. We built, as you can say, a cooperative of inhabitants that said, well, together it's cheaper and more ecological, and we connected them to our heating network. And this is a unique event, and it also builds solidarity, or let's say this cooperativeness and citizenship. We had one goal that was not only economy, but also ecology connected. We come to cooperation with local authority. I'll be brief because we are running out of time. We keep in our head and in our hearts and our will, we have this golden triangle: local authority, business, and science. And here, when we think from the innovative perspective, I think Joanna said innovations are also social and economical innovations. So we should search for such innovations that are strongly, that we strongly search for technological innovation, and we hope that someone will come with a magic wand and they will say, oh yes, here's the idea. Of course, this might happen. Of course, we're waiting for someone like that will say, okay, the climate crisis is over. Now we will enjoy a happy life. I think that the quality of life is very important for each of us, because the quality of our lives has a strong impact on the growth and development of local authority, economy, ecology, and the transformation as such. Mr. Mayor, how do you see that from the other side? Well, from the very beginning, I declared, ever since I became a mayor 2.5 years ago, that I am open for dialogue, both from with politicians and with other local activists, companies, the ones that are present in our town or would like to come to us. And I think that the best example of cooperation is Veolia, us, and the Zinc family, Zinc factory. Because thanks to that, we managed to deliver the project in an express time. I think we recruited in February and we closed the project by the end of December. So from the moment of citizens' declaration, the moment of implementation and building the infrastructure, so it was less than a year. So when we think about Polish red tape, it's like a super express pace. So I'm very happy to have been a part of it. A little part, but I was there. So just to wrap up, we need to say that Veolia has a surprise for us, and we would like to invite to join us on the stage. Hello. Mr. Mayor, we'd like to use this opportunity because we can meet you here at the conference and just to refer to what you said about the project. I would like to thank you for the cooperation. I won't talk about the project because you presented it in detail, but just to add, I want to say that we reduced the emission by 34% and dust by 74%. So I think that the comfort and well-being of our inhabitants and safe heating is a benefit for our for people, for local people. So thank you for that. And I would like to give you a special award from our group for a great cooperation with you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the award. I think that such a solar bench would be needed in our town. We will have a discussion where to put it because here we have the needs of our inhabitants. We'll have to listen to them. So thank you so much for the award and the beautiful gift. Thank you. And now we produced a little mess, but because we have to come to an end, we have 1 more minute, maybe 2 minutes left. I would like to ask you, Joanna, to show us like a bird view on the cooperation of different partners in cities, because director already mentioned the 3 actors. I think there are more, and so now how to cater for this cooperation for our common goal and common good and the quality of life. Well, mostly we should focus on the future that we want to build, not on who we want to work with, because we need to remember that both business and social activists and NGOs and cooperatives are partners that you can talk to and talk with. And how would the coalition look like depends on local differences. And I do hope that we will meet in different groups and we'll have more people like Mayor who will say, okay, this is our local innovation. Nobody has done it. Nobody will probably do it. But what we did was reasonable, purposeful, economical, and good for the environment and our people. So what we should search for is looking for this type of thinking. So what are our resources? What are our local partners that we like working with? And how can we reach the goal instead of looking for model solutions, especially the ones that are imported? So I'm very happy that you have created such a good example and you have a cleaner air in your area. Yes, I'm thinking just to wrap up and to close, I think that this is yet another activity for UNEP GRID-Warszawa to show good examples of local cooperation in different parts of Poland, because it is happening. And those are the changes that produce the bigger change. This is how we create a global change locally, or at least on a nationwide level. And we do need this change because towns and cities can be inspiration for one another. And we all expect that we will have this higher life quality where environment protection plays an important role, regeneration of ecosystems and social relations as well. In different age groups and different areas. So I would like to thank you all for taking part in the debate, and I do hope that we will have an opportunity to meet and we'll be able to present you more examples like that. I would like to recall that we had a remote participant, Mr. Zia Dajev, B2B, B2G, and partnerships in Renault Mobilize, Mr. Krzysztof Zamasz, Sales Director from Veolia, board member Michał Skrzydło, the mayor of Miasteczko Śląskie, and Joanna Elberkop, the hub, and myself, Bolesław Rok, the Jan Koźmiński University. Thank you so much. Dziękuję.
Witam Państwa ponownie w studio.
Welcome again to the Eco-City studio. We are after the opening of the conference, after inspirational speeches, after two discussion panels, and yet ahead of us, we still have the award ceremony for the Eco-City. But let's take a closer look on what has been said during previous speeches and panels. Maybe let me begin from the end. Professor Bolesław Rok mentioned that the task for the UNEP GRID-Warszawa would be sharing good practices in cities and towns. We are doing it within the Eco-Miasto project because it works in the cooperation with UNEP GRID, because ever since it started 8 years ago, it was meant for sharing good practices between towns and cities and to be of inspiration for one another. I think that this is the best moment to remind that Eco-Miasto is not only a conference that is very robust, but also workshops throughout the year and the Geo portal where you can find those good practices, review them on the map of Poland. You can see which towns and cities took part in the contest, what sort of initiatives were introduced and applied. So what towns and cities were awarded in previous years of the project. I'm sure we will hear about the ones that will get the award today on the map in the future. So Eco-Miasto is a project where you can share your experience. It's a hub of good practices and a connecting link for the network of towns and cities that are involved in sustainable development. We have had some publications mentioned. In COP 2024 in Katowice, we had a guide of good practices from different areas that shows the investments. All those materials are available at the project's website. Even today, we heard some things about what is already going on in towns and cities, Tichy, which have exchanged 1,500 heaters, and now they are ahead of recycling energy and water boilers. So they are very active when it comes to energy sectors. We have heard about Miasteczko Śląskie, which was very present here, but here we had an important aspect of including people in innovation. So not only technological innovations, but social as well. It's also very inspiring to see those effects. So they are not only economical which is important for people there, but also ecological. So reducing emission of carbon dioxide by 34% and over 70% of dust is very important. The dusts are the indicator of the quality of air that people are breathing. We also had an example from Renault that we can create local systems where we connect energy and transport, and we have an energetic ecosystem. So I think that this was an interesting example of using not only the energy resources and transport resources, but also a good resource policy that are needed to develop electric cars, because the battery that we use in the car can be used as a storage for the renewable energy, or let's say as an organism that is divided into parts that can be used in scooters, in smaller micro-mobility elements. I think that it was also important to hear that the technologies that are quite impressive are mostly prepared to serve the people. And I think that this could be the basis of smaller towns. And I think we made a loop here to the beginning of the conference, because in the last panel we heard that the level of attractivity of cities is not only produced by public transport, but also access to clean environment. And we said that in the very beginning, in the presentation of the Minister of Climate, who said that the cities will be encouraged and towns will be encouraged where more than 20,000 people live to create local plans of adaptation, or in Professor Matyja presentation, who said that the polycentricity of Poland is very important. So this is how we closed our loop, and I have nothing more to say than to announce the award ceremony of the Eco-City 2021, who will be held by Mr. Michał Niewiadomski, journalist from Rzeczpospolita.
Każdego roku w ramach konkursu Eco-Miasto nagradzamy.
Each year, we have a contest of Eco-City where we award the most ecologically involved cities and towns in Poland. By taking part in the contest, they can present on the national level the projects that they bring into life locally. Those are the leader of sustainable development and inspiration for others. Let's meet the winners of the 8th edition of the Eco-Miasto Eco-City Award 2021.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michał Niewiadomski, and it's my pleasure to meet you here and host this wonderful gala of the 8th edition of the Eco-Miasto contest. We have here Mr. Ambassador of France, Frédéric Bille. Welcome, Ambassador. And the General Director of the UNEP GRID-Warszawa, Ms. Maria Andrzejewska. Partners and representatives of cities, I welcome you too, and all the guests here. Eco-Miasto is a national project that is delivered by UNEP GRID-Warszawa and the Embassy of France in Poland. This year's edition was performed with the cooperation with strategic partners as BNP Paribas Bank Poland, Cetrus, Nud Polska, Veolia Foundation, Renault. The honorary patronage was held by the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy, Ministry of Infrastructure, Ministry of Climate and Environment, National Fund of Environment Protection and Water Management, and the Association of Towns of Poland. Media patron is Teraz Środowisko, and Business and i ekologia. Maybe a short introduction about the Eco-Miasto, Eco-City. It creates a platform of exchanging knowledge and sharing experience. Within the project, we have regional workshops, an annual conference, and a geoportal. But the heart of the Poland is also always the content that is devoted to local authorities. It is aimed at disseminating the idea of sustainable development of towns and cities. Within the contest, the towns and cities of Poland that are most eco-oriented are awarded. The first edition of the contest was held in 2013. From the dozen applications that were sent, we had 6 municipalities that were in 2 categories, sustainable mobility and eco-construction. Since then, the contest has been broadened by following other categories. Now we have 5 categories: energy efficiency, mobility, sustainable waste management, water management, and urban green. This year, we have had over 80 applications where local authorities described their activity towards sustainable development. The jury, created by the Embassy of France, has found 9 winners that applied the most ambitious activities. Let us remind that in each of categories, we have 1 city of over 100,000 inhabitants, and 1 town under 100,000 citizens. So the winners will receive a unique award and the possibility of using the winner of the 8th edition of the Eco-Miasto contest. Similarly to previous year, this year, one of the local authorities to achieve a special award of the Minister of Climate and Environment. We will also have special awards from our partners: BNP Paribas Bank Poland, Nud Polska, and Veolia Foundation, and Renault. Let's move on to the results of the awards, and I would like to invite Mr. Ambassador and Madam Maria Andrzejewska, because we will be handing out the first categories, the awards in the first categories. Please join me on stage.
Zatem
Category 1, energy efficiency, cities above 100,000 inhabitants. The award goes to Wrocław. We are accompanied by Katarzyna Szymczak-Pamianowska, Department Director, Sustainable Growth, Wrocław. Please come up to the stage. We are awarding Wrocław for implementing a broad program to remove outdated furnaces, as well as multiple programs to improve energy efficiency targeted at the inhabitants. Very tangible, specific, and ambitious climate objectives of the city are also worth noticing, and it's the 4th in the row when Wrocław has received this award. Good afternoon. Improvement of air quality as well as improving energy efficiency is one of the largest challenges encountered by many cities in Poland. That's why 2 years ago we drafted a program, Wrocław Without Air Pollution, and we spent over 330 million zlotys on it. We know this sum is extending even further given the price trends in the market, and apart from getting rid of outdated furnaces within municipal buildings, we are also subsidizing that for private owners. We subsidize replacement of outdated windows and differentials in heating bills. We also reduce payments by half or 100% to municipal residents who replace their furnaces on their own. This is all accompanied by a campaign so that the inhabitants know about all those efforts. In the first year of the pandemic, we managed to replace over 2,000 of these furnaces. This year, the total will be much higher than 4,000 because within a single program we have already received 2,100 applications, and each application is on average 1.3 furnace. We are very happy with the award we've received recently under the Political Insight ranking list. We've also been awarded for this Replace Your Furnace program. We are not stopping, though, in the efforts of our energy advisors and the Environment and Agriculture team within the municipal office in Warsaw with their Kafka Plus program, in the efforts of municipal managers, because our objective is to get rid of all the outdated furnaces, unclassified class 1 and class 2 furnaces until July 2024, while until July 2028 we want to get rid of all solid fuel furnaces in Wrocław. Thank you so much, and our congratulations. Again, energy efficiency, but now a city below 100,000 inhabitants.
Laur otrzymuje...
The award goes to Stary Sącz. And we have Jacek Lelek, Stary Sącz mayor.
Jury nagradza Stary Sącz.
The committee grants the award to Stary Sącz for a comprehensive approach to the energy efficiency, pointing out the specific use of various forms of financing, including public-private partnership, for efforts related to energy efficiency, as well as plans to establish an energy cluster. Mayor, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, Stary Sącz is a beautiful city located in a pristine environment, meaning us taking care for the environment is only natural. Still, we are facing all the same challenges as the ones that have already done progress on that, and the environmental pollution is a burden. Even though we are not a particularly rich municipality, we still try and use all opportunities available to make sure our environment is in pristine condition. We know that environmental conscience is a joint effort of the local authority and the citizens. Hence, all the multiple programs were started in terms of thermal modernization and replacement of heat sources in our municipal buildings, and supporting private owners directly from the state funds and from our municipal funds. This provides results in terms of growing awareness levels, improved air quality, and we're taking activities within the energy cluster so as not to reduce our pace. We're very grateful for the award. We're honored and motivated to do even more. Jacek Lelek, Mayor of Stary Sącz. Our congratulations. And now the second category, water management, city above 100,000 inhabitants.
otrzymuje...
The award goes to Gdynia. And the award will be collected by Valery Tanakiewicz, head of the municipal water supply and sewage system municipal company in Gdynia. Just a few words about the grounds for granting this award. It was for a comprehensive approach and diversity of activities taken related to water management, including protection of water sources, reducing water losses, and getting municipal services involved in inspecting the correctness of connections to the sewage networks, as well as the public campaign towards drinking tap water and installing water fountains in public buildings. There's also a multitude of projects related to the blue and green infrastructure in the citizens' budget. What's characteristic for our industry is that the water system is almost always a natural monopoly, meaning we must focus on our inhabitants and the technical and financial terms and conditions. We must put it to the forefront together with the environment, given that we function on two sides, extremely clean tap water and the sewage that contains everything and anything. All of our efforts are to the benefit of the environment, and regardless of the area we are awarded for now, we are doing our best to be as environmentally friendly and as efficient as possible in all our actions, so that as a company we're able to provide inhabitants with services in 50 or 100 years just as well. Thank you so much for the award on behalf of the municipal authorities and our community. Thank you so much. Thanks again. And now water management for a city below 100,000 inhabitants. And it was a unanimous decision of the committee not to grant the award. Now, the third category, sustainable transportation, cities above 100,000 inhabitants.
Laur otrzymuje...
The award goes to Lublin. And today with us we have Artur Szymczyk, Deputy of the Mayor for Investments and Development. Please come forward to the stage. The committee grants its award for broad public campaigns for sustainable development, large component of zero or low emissions vehicles in the public transportation, and development of infrastructure conducive to multimodal transportation, including pedestrian and bike infrastructure, as well as a plan to purchase a hydrogen-fueled bus and signing a letter of intent for the supply of green hydrogen with ZPAC. Our congratulations. Good afternoon, Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank you for granting us the award and for noticing the efforts we've taken as a city in this transformation and focus on electromobility. It's only an action that we've been upholding as a city for many years now, first focusing on electrical buses supplied from the network with the introduction of electrical battery-powered buses, and the other missing components if we were to look at this transformation is the issue of generation. Where is that energy generated from? And here again, through our entities, we're building photovoltaic farms, but what we are dreaming about is for this energy that we're going to obtain for our vehicles is to be sourced from green energy. Hence, the step that the director has mentioned here is the signing of a letter of intent when talking about the production of green hydrogen and ensuring we are receiving that green hydrogen and signing a contract or at least starting a technical dialogue at this stage related to the production and purchase of a hydrogen-powered bus, hydrogen-fueled bus. That's what we want to focus on. But what is also very nice, thanks again for this award. It's yet another time that we're receiving it. Thanks for noticing our city and standing here. I would like to invite everyone here to the beautiful city of Lublin. It's very accessible from Warsaw these days. Please visit us and see with your own eyes, feel the ambience of the city. Lublin is a city of inspiration. Perhaps it will inspire you just as well. But in the context of today's discussion, as local authorities, and it's not only also nice, as local authorities, we focus a lot on electromobility and the development, the economic development throughout various aspects, including the environmental and social ones, as well as the technical one. However, without financing, the time is ripe to be discussing it in these public spaces. Without public financing, the local authorities will not be able to cope. The money is there, the EU funding is there, but there's also this own contribution that we must bear in mind. Without that financial backing, the local authorities are going to find it very difficult to finance all those environmental and sustainable development projects. So this is this tiny speck of sadness within all the joy. Let me also add that right now we are at 30% when talking about these electromobility ratios in 2022. Even though I'm a little bit bothered by the zero emissions description, but low emissions will be close to 50%, so we'll have more than managed to meet the threshold. Thank you again, and I'm wishing everybody else successes and joy. Thank you again, and our congratulations. Now for the sustainable transportation for cities below 100,000 inhabitants.
Laur otrzymuje Konin. Serdecznie gratulujemy i zapraszamy na scenę pana.
Please join us on stage, the mayor of Konin, the winner of our award in the category of low-emission transport. The jury awards Konin 4. And here we have 4 points. Plan of buying hydro buses. Konin will be the first operator of hydro buses owned in Poland in their fleet. We already have hydro buses tested in Konin. And the second thing is wide public consultations within the public transport. And then 3 is building bike paths. And 4th is launching the system of a city bike. We also should mention that Konin, Kołów, Słupce and Turów, surrounding communities, a public transport system of minibuses. And we also plan to launch the first in Poland hydro charging stations. So the Pątnów electric plant, Adam is speaking of the word. Thank you so much on behalf of Konin, the community of Konin, I would like to thank you for noticing our efforts in the eco-transport, in our eco-town. Konin is a town which now is going under the process of transformation, economical transformation, energy transformation, because coal resources are running to an end, but we declared that until 2040, we will become climate neutral. 3 years ago, we started intensive works to create a new strategy for our town, a strategy of town development through wide consultations with our inhabitants. And our people responded. They said that they want to be a green city, and the emission of our the slogan of our town is Konin, the city of green energy. Our efforts connected with transport come from our growth strategy. We hope that we will renew our public transport buses, because we are changing all diesel engines to low emission and hybrid engines, more power-based or hybrid-based. In the first half of future year, Konin will be the first town in Poland that will have a hydro bus in their fleet. Konin will also produce green hydrogen in Pątnów electronic plant and Konin power plant, two facilities that are in our town. We also want to develop the system of our electric bikes and scooters and city bikes, and this all actually makes our transport more green. And also to encourage our inhabitants, our citizens, to use public transport more. In 2018, we made bus tickets free for children, and in 2019 we also covered the youth from secondary schools with this project. So all the kids can ride for free. So we are growing. Thank you so much. I think that the award that we received will be an inspiration for us and will encourage us to move onward in this direction. But while we were listening to different categories, I think that we will want to apply in more than one of those and will win the award. Thank you so much. We are keeping our fingers crossed. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you so much. And now we will have the fourth category, waste management, a city with over 1,000 inhabitants. The award goes to Krakow. Please join us on stage. Michał Gelat, the inspector in the Waste Management Office of Krakow. The jury awarded Krakow for multidimensional activity that go into the economy, it's a closed-circuit economy, which goes beyond creation of waste. For the activity in saving materials, energy savings, water savings in such a way in order to use as little resources and fossils and to waste as little as possible. Efficient waste management that answers the hierarchy conducted by Krakow was proved by the level of the recycling achieved by the city and decreasing the mass of the commune waste that are biodegradable and placed in landfills. The investments that were efficient and efficient use of available EU and Polish funds in order to provide the city with the infrastructure that serves minimization of the waste management. Krakow has increased the network of integrated installations to waste management that not only gives an opportunity to manage the waste that produces the city, but also gives you an opportunity to use their energetic potential. Congratulations, and Michał, please, few words from you. Thank you so much. On behalf of the Mayor of Krakow, I would like to thank you for the award. It is a confirmation of our activity in growing and constant development in the area of waste management and ecology. Our municipality has made a huge step lately in the implementation of the closed-circuit economy. We took part in the program called Circular Cities. This allowed us to prepare a new strategy to introduce this sort of economy in our municipality. However, we have come across barriers, for example, legal barriers, because this is where I would like to make an appeal to introduce the closed-circuit economy to national law, which will allow not only Krakow, but other cities to have circular initiatives. Thank you so much and congratulations.
A przed nami kategoria...
And we will have a waste management category in a town of less than 100,000 inhabitants. The award goes to Słupsk. Congratulations, and please join us on stage Marek Goliński, Deputy Mayor of Słupsk, and Madam Katarzyna Guzewska, the Director of the Environment Protection Office and Waste Management Office of Słupsk. The jury awarded you for a high level of recycling and a lot of innovative activities in waste management, such as application for inhabitants with a schedule, pickup and GPS waste landfill, and the cameras that show you the route that you made with the places where you can drop your waste. They also have plans of underground intelligent waste containers that will have detectors of fullness. The floor is yours, Mr. President, Director, Your Excellency. You already said everything what we've planned and how we act, but yes, Słupsk, which is the most north city of Poland with around 100,000 inhabitants, has not only a great waste management system, just like Gdynia, we are in a group of cities where you can just drink tap water. We save on plastics. We don't buy bottles with drinks and bottled drinks. We have the most modern waste sorting facilities. And I was just thinking, when it comes to waste management, we called ourselves the musketeers of waste management. But there is a French saying, actually, one for all for one. I didn't know that I would have the privilege to meet Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, but this was not our aim to prepare the slogan for this event and to compare us to musketeers because it happened a few years ago. Mr. Ambassador, today, when it comes to waste management, we use a different language. One for all and not everything to one bin. Thank you so much. Thank you and congratulations.
Dziękujemy i raz jeszcze.
Thank you and once again, congratulations. And we have the last fifth category, green areas, cities of over 100,000 inhabitants. The award goes to the city of Warsaw, the capital city. Congratulations, and please join us on stage, Ms. Justyna Glusman, the Coordinating Director for Sustainable Development and Green Areas of the city of Warsaw. Jury awarded Warsaw for preparing a comprehensive map of the crowns of trees in the city, which is not only a modern instrument of managing the tree resources, but also, since it was made available to the inhabitants, it allows them to monitor and react to changes. It is the first project as such in the country. Madam Director, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Director, Your Excellency, I would like to thank you and the jury as well for the award. The green areas and the trees is an apple of our eye and our priority in this cadence. So I am happy to see that our efforts in the area is not only talking about it, but also doing, and that it is appreciative. When we are implementing such methods as like innovative projects like geo maps of tree crowns, we are taking better care of our environment and make it easier for people to take care of it too. But we are also monitoring it. The tree maps is a first project in Poland. We mapped all our trees. We have over 9 million trees, and based on the map, we can assess their condition. We can also monitor how it's improving, hopefully, and we can manage our tree resources in a wise manner and plant them where they are mostly needed. So this project is multidimensional, and it's also an inspiration to new activities and new innovative projects. Together with the Warsaw the School of Life Sciences, a project that was addressed at putting a price on services provided by trees. And it turns out that the trees produce services that are worth over 170,000 zlotys in Warsaw. So I think it's a good kick to make everybody realize how much the trees give us, because if we put a price on it, then we will be able to protect them in an easier manner. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank my entire team, every people that we work with that actually helped me to accept this award today. Thank you so much, and congratulations for Warsaw. 9 million trees. Impressive, an impressive number.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you so much. Yes, we will have a photo session. We will have a time for that. And the green areas, towns with less than 100,000 inhabitants. The award goes to Zamość. Congratulations. We have Jarosław Niechobiecki here, the Director of the Municipal Management and Environment Protection of Zamość. Please join me on stage. The jury awarded Zamość for their pro-climate initiative within the international program called BACON, which helped to engage people and other stakeholders like NGO and business into eco activity. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for this award. It means a lot to us. From the very beginning, we have paid a lot of attention to the green areas. Together with our citizens, we plant flower meadows, we start rain gardens. We are the initiative, the first to do that in our region. We encourage everybody to do it and to become our partner. We thank you for noticing our work and giving us this award. Thank you. And congratulations once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have met all the laureates of the 8th edition of the Eco-Miasto contest. Once again, I would like to congratulate all the winners. Mr. Ambassador, Madam Director, please stay on the stage with me. Like I mentioned in the very beginning of our gala, the cities that ran in the contest were able to receive the special award from the Minister of Climate and Environment. I would like to invite the representative of the Ministry of the Climate and Environment, Mr. Wojciech Augustowski, the head of the Air Protection and City in Urban Policy Department, who on behalf of Mr. Kurtyka will tell us who won the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Director, Mr. Ambassador, it's my pleasure to hand out the special award of the Minister of Climate and Environment, Mr. Michał Kurtyka, to one of the laureates of the 8th edition of the Eco-Miasto contest. And the special award from the minister goes to Zamość for being active within the transition towards a green town by creating lots of green areas and activating your citizens. Congratulations to Zamość. Please join us on stage. Director Miechowiecki. Thank you so much, and congratulations again. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you, Director, and thank you to all the laureates and the winners. No, not the moment for the photo now.
Szanowni Państwo, przed nami ostatnia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ahead of the last part of our gala special awards sponsored by our partners of the 8th edition of the Eco-Miasto. I would like to invite Ms. Ada Walentyk, the NUD Polska, and Mr. Marcin Stokowiec, the Development Director of NUD Polska. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't make us hold our anticipation much longer. Who would you like to award? The microphone is here. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We decided to give our award to Gdynia. NUD, when it comes to our activities, has always had environment protection as our priority. And those values are shared by Gdynia, which is a new and young city that is strongly growing, but as they grow, they don't forget about their citizens and investors and the nature. That's why we think that Gdynia is the city that is worth following when it comes to development and keeping in mind the needs of the society and the investors. Mr. Walery Tankiewicz, the head of the water system of Gdynia, the special award is the 5,000 zlotys to be spent on the development of the city. I just wanted to refer to what has been said during the previous awards. I want to say that we've been driving electric buses for several dozen of years, both Gdynia and Lublin, because trolley buses are the electric buses. Now it's slightly different, but yes, Gdynia appreciates and values nature more, and we act on its behalf and its maintenance a lot. This award is not only an honor, but also as an obligation for the future. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of you. And now I would like to invite Mr. Gembra, the expert of public affairs and electromobility in Renault, Poland. Andrzej, please share the good news that you have. And who are you giving the award to?
Bezpłatne użytkowanie elektrycznego samochodu miejskiego.
The reward is electric-driven Renault Zoe. Thank you so much for this opportunity of presenting this award, and I'm even happier that we're handing out these test drives with Renault Zoe to a city that has been implementing policies related to electromobility consistently for years on end. City of Lublin that we'd like to hand this award to, with yet another vehicle to be used in moving around that city, will be now handed over in form of a voucher to a representative of Lublin, Rafał Szymczyk, Deputy Mayor for Development and Investment. This was the first, but we have another voucher to hand out. And yes, certainly, you could drive it from Warsaw to Lublin and back even. But what we also like to hand out is a new special award to share our experiences and achievements in France, where we are running our experiments and projects so that you could see what we already have in place in our portfolio and what will soon be possible in these projects too. Thank you. I wanted to thank you for this reward. And yes, well, I did test that car. It's a great one. And we also have our municipal cars from Renault. So yeah, we kind of knew we were going to participate in this competition. So thanks again for noticing us, and we will definitely test your vehicles. Thanks so much. And now let's have Piotr Korytkowski, Mayor of Konin. The special award founded by BNP Paribas Bank is a voucher. If you could please take the floor. Yes, the large cities, the large opportunities, but the smaller cities, somewhat smaller ones, also have amazing achievements in electromobility development in a very comprehensive manner that reaches far out into the future. So again, we are very happy being able to reward representatives from a city that has this comprehensive growth of electromobility. And we'd like to hand out a fully electrical car that we've sold in great numbers. I hope it will help the employees appreciate this electrically powered option for mobility. And again, we'd like to invite you to France to see our projects, including the hydrogen one that you mentioned, hydrogen-fueled vehicles. That's also a very promising venue for us. And soon we'll start offering products based on that technology. So I guess this will be interesting to you too. Thank you so much, and our congratulations. Thanks for these rewards. They are amazing to us, given that we are now testing electrical cars. So this is going to be yet another one we're going to test. And it will get free parking, because in Konin, electric cars can park free of charge in municipal parkings. Thanks for inviting me to France too. And now it turns out that the city below and above 100,000 citizens, Konin and Lublin have a lot in common. Not just the rewards, but also some topics we're involved in. Thank you so much. Thanks again, and now let's have Adam Hirny, Director of the Sustainable Development Office from BNP Paribas Bank Poland, to the stage. A special reward sponsored by BNP Paribas is a voucher for a free-of-charge energy audit for housing cooperatives selected by the winners of the 8th edition of the Eco-Miasto competition. Director, I know already all the winners are going to receive the prize, so let me invite them all to the stage. Let's just remind everyone. It's Gdynia, Wrocław, Stary Sącz, Lublin, Konin, Kraków, Słupsk, Warszawa, and Kraków again. And now, Director, if you could please take the floor. Welcome, everyone. I'm very happy being able to hand out the awards on behalf of BNP Paribas Poland. I hope they will be conducive to speeding up in thermal modernization investment projects. At the same time, on this occasion, let me thank the organizers for inviting us to participate in this beautiful initiative and project. We believe Eco-Miasto to be a brilliant platform for exchange of opinions, experiences, and perspectives from other market participants. We hope, and we're more than certain, that it will result in a series of new investment projects, green investment projects, that our financial institution will very happily finance and support. Thank you so much. Thanks and congratulations. Eighth edition of the Eco-Miasto competition. Gdynia, Wrocław, Stary Sącz, Lublin, Konin, Kraków, Słupsk, Warszawa, and Kraków. Our congratulations to everyone here. Great vouchers. Before that, the awards, the statues. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And now we're at the end of our today's gala, summarizing the 8th edition of the Eco-Miasto competition. Please stay here. Some of you are in a hurry to leave, but you can still stay for a moment, as I'd like to invite everybody to a family picture. Ambassador, Director Andrzejewska, and representatives from Nut and Renault Poland, please come up to the stage too. And let's take a picture together.